Chapter 877. The Legends of Renzu recorded that Renzu was walking on his own path of life. After parting with the leader of the hairy men, he met the feathermen in green heaven. Renzu saw these feathermen and was very happy. Because the feathermen had wings on their backs, they could understand Renzu's words and could communicate with him. Renzu requested the feathermen, "O feathermen, please help me. My daughter is in the ordinary abyss, she cannot come out. Please fly down and bring my daughter out, let us father and daughter reunite." The feathermen laughed loudly. "O human, how can you order us around? We feathermen are the most free life forms in this world, no one can order us around or restrain us. You want us to listen to your request and do as you wish, that is impossible." No matter how Renzu persuaded or begged them, the feathermen only cared about flying and enjoyed their freedom. Renzu's mouth was dry from talking, but the feathermen only treated him as a clown. They laughed at Renzu and laughed at him. "Look, this is such a pitiful person. Even if he is the most intelligent life form in the world, so what? WWW*. He has no wings, he can only walk, it is so sad. Thankfully, I am not a human, I am a featherman. Look, I am flying so nimbly." In Renzu's lonely heart, Self-Gu heard these words and got angrier. Finally, it could not hold it in and jumped out. "All of you, come down." Self-Gu showed its might. In an instant, all the feathermen were captured alive from the sky. Renzu saw this scene. He could not help but be shocked. "Self-Gu, how did you become so powerful?" Self-Gu said proudly, "That is natural. I took a bite of strength Gu, I have my own strength now, I am very powerful. Moreover, using this strength does not require any price. O human, you need to know, only your own strength is the most reliable. Freedom without power is all fake." The feathermen were captured alive and could no longer fly. He was pinned to the ground, unable to move. The feathermen were so angry that they started scolding Renzu and Self-Gu. Renzu sighed, "Feathermen, I didn't mean to offend you. Please forgive my rudeness. I just want you to save my daughter. When we are reunited, I will definitely reward you." "This is impossible. We feathermen have the most freedom. Even if we lose our freedom physically, our minds are still free." Not bad, not bad. Cruel person, you can't force your will on any featherman." The feathermen were all shouting and shouting, they had no intention of compromising at all. Renzu persuaded him for 3 days and 3 nights to no avail. Helpless, he could only release these feathermen once again. Self-Gu said indignantly, "Human, why did you let them go so easily? Don't you want to save your 4th daughter?" Renzu replied confidently, "I can already see that we cannot use force against these feathermen. After interacting with the feathermen for the past few days, I have already discovered that although these feathermen are free, they do not have a nest to shelter from the wind and rain. They do not have enough food to fill their stomachs. If we want them to help, we have to get them to do it voluntarily." Thus, Renzu stayed near the feathermen. He built a house and relied on Self-Gu every day. He gathered a lot of wild fruits and killed a lot of beast meat. The feathermen soon discovered the safety and warmth of the house. Especially in the stormy weather, the feathermen could only hide in the bushes, shiver in the cold, and endure the hunger. But Renzu stayed in the house, enjoying the warmth of the fireplace and the sumptuous food. On a cold snowy night, some feathermen quietly ran under the roof of Renzu's house. While hiding from the wind and snow, they greedily absorbed the warmth that leaked out from the cracks of the door. Renzu put on attitude Gu and opened the door. Using a very warm attitude, he invited these feathermen into the house to share the warmth and food with him. As this happened many times, more and more feathermen came to Renzu's house. Renzu was very hospitable, he entertained the feathermen every day, even giving the seat closest to the fireplace to the feathermen. No matter how much food the feathermen ate, he let them eat as they pleased. The feathermen gradually got used to this life. Finally, one day, Renzu saw that the time was right. He took off attitude Gu and showed a cold expression. He closed the door of the house and kept all the food, no longer providing them to the feathermen for free. The feathermen were caught off guard, they panicked. They were already used to the safety and warmth of the house, they were used to having ample food, they rarely flew into the sky, and even less often went out to hunt. They also had very little food stored up. Many feathermen were so fat that they could not fly anymore. Renzu did this. The feathermen could not do anything to him. They could not defeat Renzu, who had self-Gu. Soon, the feathermen faced the fate of starving to death or freezing to death. A few days later, many feathermen died. Renzu waited for a long time, but the feathermen did not take the initiative to compromise. He was very anxious. Finally, more than half of the feathermen died. Renzu had no choice but to mention this. "O feathermen, as long as you flap your wings and fly down to ordinary abyss to save my daughter, I will give you ample food and a warm house." But the remaining feathermen all shook their heads and refused. Eventually, they all died. Many small insects flew out of these feathermen's corpses. They were like tiny specks of light that flickered with all sorts of colors. Renzu stretched out his hand to catch them, but he could not do so. "It is useless." Cognition Gu told him at this moment, "Wild freedom Gu cannot be caught. These feathermen have been chasing freedom since birth, but unfortunately, they can only obtain freedom and freedom after death." Central Continent, Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Dang Hun Palace. Fang Yuan slowly pulled back his monstrous claw. The featherman Gu Immortal Zhengling's soul. It was extremely weak, floating in the air like mud. Gu Immortal Zhu Zhong. Because he violated the agreement, his body and soul were destroyed. As for Zheng Ling, who died first. Instead, because he was only hit by Fang Yuan's poison path and strength path killer moves, his body was destroyed, but his soul was preserved. His soul was secretly kept into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture on the spot. Since ancient times, soul path, wisdom path, and enslavement path were closely related. Ever since Fang Yuan obtained Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance, his attainment in soul path and enslavement path had increased greatly. Especially when Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom to modify the immortal killer move myriad self time and time again. Not only did he gain several core immortal Gu, he also gained many soul path mortal Gu. When used together, after the strength path giant hand killed the enemy, the heavily injured soul would be captured by Fang Yuan. If others were not paying attention, they would think that the soul was also destroyed by Fang Yuan. But in fact, Fang Yuan had secretly captured the soul. This was something that even Tai Bai Yunsheng did not notice. Because he did not have an investigative immortal killer move. Fang Yuan also did not tell him. The value of a Gu immortal's soul was much higher than a Gu immortal's will or a mortal's soul. Fang Yuan had just finished his first soul search. In this soul search, he learned of the origin of these feathermen. They are from Western Desert's Featherman tribe. They have lived in a fragment world of green heaven for generations. No wonder they have such an ancient style. Even if they commit suicide, they will not lower their heads and become slaves. But they live in a paradise with abundant resources. They are a single race with no strong enemies, but these feathermen's minds are corroded. White Sea Shatuor, who is he? He can actually gather so many people. He attacked Sacred Feather City. And his methods are so powerful that it is beyond imagination. He can actually restrict an immortal Gu house. The feathermen can only escape pathetically. Fang Yuan searched his memories but could not find any information about White Sea Shatuor. In the end, Fang Yuan could only sigh. Western Desert is also filled with hidden experts. In conclusion, this tribulation in Tai Bai Blessed Land had huge gains. Tai Bai Yunsheng obtained the lifetime Dao marks of 2 Featherman Gu immortals, one rank 6 and one rank 7, he could be said to be the biggest winner. Fang Yuan's gains were also not small. These feathermen had a huge origin, they also had Sacred Feather City. If one were to trace their origins back to the early late antiquity era, the era of spectral soul demon Venerable. As the leader of Sacred Feather City, the rank 7 Gu immortal Zhengling had a lot of secrets, immortal killer moves, immortal Gu recipes, and so on. There was a high possibility of a complete Gu immortal inheritance. The fragment world of Green Heaven had been isolated from the outside world for so many years. Sacred Feather City could be said to be the sacred land of feathermen. It was very likely to be the largest featherman settlement in the 5 regions. Because they had little interaction with the outside world, and because the fragment world of Green Heaven had abundant resources, the GU immortal methods that these Featherman GU immortals had were very ancient. They had distinct characteristics of the late antiquity era. Fang Yuan even had some expectations. If his luck was good, he might be able to find the strength path inheritance in Zhengling's soul. The only pity was that these feathermen were mortals. Fang Yuan still planned to turn these feathermen into slaves. They would help him open up a market in Western Desert, and even establish a caravan. Feathermen were the best slaves in Western Desert. Superforces and large forces all had caravans with feathermen as their main members. Fang Yuan could not only do business with Xiao Clan, he indeed needed to use Xiao Clan as a springboard to enter Western Desert's market in the beginning. But if he only worked with Xiao Clan in the long term, Fang Yuan would suffer a huge loss. But these mortal feathermen were dead, so be it. Looking at their nature, they were used to being wild. It was very difficult to tame them. It was not as convenient as directly buying featherman slaves. Fang Yuan was not a person who would dwell on the past. He soon threw this matter to the back of his mind. Right now, he already had change form immortal GU, and also the immortal killer move vaguely familiar face that was fused with change form immortal GU. Fang Yuan had originally planned to change into another appearance and go to Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, continuing his thwarted plan. But after contacting Fairy Li Shan, Fang Yuan analyzed the information he obtained. The situation was not optimistic. Ever since Shuo Huang's identity was investigated by Feng Zhouge, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's inspection of foreign immortal zombies had increased by many levels. It would not be as easy for Fang Yuan to infiltrate Northern Plains Zombie Alliance like before. Moreover, Feng Zhouge, Kanyang Laojun, and the others were hiding. Fang Yuan felt a sense of impending crisis. Fang Yuan hesitated. In this situation, should he still follow his original plan to infiltrate Northern Plains Zombie Alliance? Chapter 878. Northern Plains, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. The sky was covered in clouds, the white snow was like dust. The peaks stood tall in the snow, the forest was covered in snow, resembling countless clouds. A rainbow light pierced through the sky from the first peak like a meteor, flying in the sky. Snowy Mountain's peak lords all looked over. Ancestor gave another order. I wonder who received the order to gather immortal materials this time. I hope it is not me. The rainbow light drew a beautiful arc in the sky, directly entering the third peak. Many peak lords let out sighs of relief. In the third peak, Fairy Li Shan wore a silk leather skirt. It was made of silver. There was a picture of a grassland under the moon embroidered on it. This was Northern Plains style clothing. Fairy Li Shan wore a sapphire blue pearl ribbon on her head. Her eyes were closed at this moment. Most of her attention was focused on her immortal aperture. Inside her immortal aperture, there were birds chirping and flowers fragrant. It was warm like spring. It was the complete opposite of the icy cave of Snowy Mountain. The forest was lush and green. The scenery was picturesque. There were a large number of rare plants. There were also rare desolate plants. There were even ancient desolate plants. At the center of her immortal aperture, there was a hill hidden in the waist-high grass. At first glance, even a small mound was more eye-catching than this hill. But it was Minuscule Mountain, one of the rare secluded domains in the legends of Renzu. In this minuscule mountain, a large number of Minimen flew in and out. They flew in the lush grass. Compared to the tiny Minimen, this grass was as tall as a tree. The Minimen were working hard in the grass like bees. Fairy Li Shan paid attention to them secretly. After a while, she felt satisfied. Ever since she obtained Minuscule Mountain, these Minimen did not cooperate with her. They were against her. But Fairy Li Shan was not a useless person. She used both carrot and stick. She supported the puppets of the Minimen race, killing the stubborn ones without any qualms. The Minimen were not as stubborn as the Feathermen, but they were loyal. Fairy Li Shan killed about 40% of the Minimen. She finally subdued the Minimen race in Minuscule Mountain. Next, Fairy Li Shan moved Minuscule Mountain into her immortal aperture. With the Minimen race's help, the wood path resources in her immortal aperture started to increase rapidly. Hairy men were born with refinement path Dao marks. They had the talent to refine GU. The feather men had cloud path Dao marks. They had wings on their backs and could fly freely in the sky. And from the moment the Miniman was born, it had wood path Dao marks. Wherever they lived, the vegetation would be extremely lush. Furthermore, they had been passed down for generations, and they were the race most adept at cultivating plants in the 5 regions. I am indeed extraordinary. My Jadian grass is a rank 7 immortal material. It had always been withered and sparse, but after living here for more than half a year, they had expanded this grassland into a miniature grassland. Every Jadian grass was full of vitality. Unfortunately, there were too few of them. In the previous battle, the dwarfs had lost more than half of their population. If we had the same population size as before, the pressure on me would have been reduced by more than half. 2-letter GU at once. Fairy Li Shan willed and sensed 2 information path GU worms. One was in the outside world, flying through the sky, while the other was the moving perspective GU that had come out of the blessed land. Fairy Li Shan opened her eyes, and with a wave of her hand, the rainbow light in the sky entered her hand. She probed with her consciousness and looked inside. As expected, it was old ancestor Shuer whose mission to gather immortal materials. Shrouding heaven dust, rock dragon eye, elephant tusk flame. I am to gather these 3 immortal materials this time. Fairy Li Shan frowned deeply. Among these 3 immortal materials, rock dragon eye and elephant tusk flame were rank 7 immortal materials, while shrouding heaven dust was rank 8, it was extremely precious. Elephant tusk flame was a lump of flame that would quietly burn inside the tusk of an ancient desolate beast elephant after it died. This lump of flame was the size of a bean. Once it burned through the tusk and came into contact with the outside air, it would be extinguished. Ancient desolate beast elephants were existences comparable to rank 7 GU immortals. After such elephants died, not all tusks would produce elephant tusk flames. With all these conditions, one could see how precious elephant tusk flame was. It was a rare immortal material even in the largest market of the 5 regions, jewel yellow skies. Compared to elephant tusk flame, rock dragon eye and shrouding heaven dust were much harder to obtain. Shrouding heaven dust was a unique phenomenon that only yellow heaven of the immemorial 9 heavens had. But yellow heaven had already disintegrated because of Renzu's 10 children. Fairy Li Shan had to first find a yellow heaven fragment world. And this fragment world had to be large enough with enough Dao marks to allow her to enter and explore it. After entering the yellow heaven fragment world, Fairy Li Shan had to prepare special methods to gather shrouding heaven dust. The process of gathering was naturally filled with danger. Fairy Li Shan was willing to spend a huge amount of money to purchase shrouding heaven dust from jewel yellow skies. As for rock dragon eye, it was the eye of the ancient desolate beast rock dragon. This rock dragon was not an ordinary beast. Instead, in the graveyard of a rockman tribe, there were a lot of rockman corpses and rocks. After a long period of accumulation, at a certain moment, a thunderbolt would appear. The thunderbolt destroyed the graveyard and a rock dragon would appear from within. Like the rockmen, the rock dragon's body was made of rocks. In the immemorial antiquity era and remote antiquity era, variant humans occupied most of the world. Only superforce rockman tribes or large-scale rockman tribes with extremely long histories would have rock dragons accompanying them. Even though there were Renzu and his 10 children, as well as primordial origin immortal Venerable and star constellation immortal Venerable, there were not many humans in the tribe. The rock dragon was the guardian beast of the rockman tribe. The rockmen believed that the rock dragon was the rebirth of their ancestors and predecessors. During the variant human war, the rock dragon shined brightly and was publicly recognized as the #1 war beast in the world. The rock dragon did not feel any pain. Its defense was extremely sturdy and it was brave and fearless. Even if it was injured, if a rockman was willing to sacrifice himself, he would go to the wound of the rock dragon. The rockman would sacrifice himself and turn his body into a part of the rock dragon, and the rock dragon's injuries would heal instantly. This battle method was extremely abnormal and gave other races a huge headache. Times had changed. It was very difficult for Fairy Li Shan to find a rock dragon now. Because rockman tribes were already very rare, most of the rockmen were slaves raised by GU immortals. Even if Fairy Li Shan found a rock dragon, with her battle strength, she would not be able to defeat the rock dragon that was known as the #1 war beast in the remote antiquity era with its thick skin and flesh. Thus, even though the rock dragon eye was a rank 7 immortal material, the difficulty of obtaining it was much higher than the rank 8 immortal material shroud heaven dust. Old ancestor Shwer, whose gathering missions for us peak lords are getting more and more important. Among these 3 immortal materials, only elephant tusk flame is slightly easier. To obtain shroud heaven dust and rock dragon eye, strength is only one aspect, luck is even more important. Sigh, if only I had good luck and could directly purchase them from jewel yellow skies. Fairy Li Shan sighed deeply. Her initial investment in Minuscule Mountain's Minaman tribe had already been settled, and she was starting to reap benefits now. Moreover, He Lulan was determined to be independent and rejected her funding. This caused Fairy Li Shan to start accumulating wealth rapidly in this short period of time. This accumulation speed was more than twice as fast as before. Obtaining Shroud Heaven Dust and Rock Dragon Eye required too much time and effort. Fairy Li Shan would rather expend her wealth in exchange for time and effort. After keeping old ancestor Shwer, whose letter GU, Fairy Li Shan checked the second letter GU. There were only a few sources that could directly appear in her immortal aperture. After Fairy Li Shan checked, she found that this letter GU came from Fang Yuan. In this letter GU, Fang Yuan promised huge benefits to invite Fairy Li Shan to help him kill an immortal zombie from Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan. Fairy Li Shan muttered. She left her bed and stood up. She lowered her head and thought as she paced around. When she walked to the window, she raised her head and looked at the falling snowflakes, the silent peaks outside. She snickered. This Fang Yuan had disguised himself as Shuo Huang and joined Zombie Alliance. This time, he wants me to help him kill another immortal zombie. He definitely has a motive. He promised huge benefits and is overbearing with wealth. After all, he snatched many resources from Dongfang tribe, and also obtained Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance. During this period of time, his development will definitely be smooth. It will be like a raging fire. Right now, Northern Plains situation is very turbulent. The Central Continent GU Immortals Investigation Group is still hidden. In this situation, Fang Yuan still wants to make a move. It shows how important the benefits of Zombie Alliance are to him. Is he trying to falsely claim the contribution points of other immortal zombies in exchange for Zombie Alliance's research on how to revive and get rid of the status of an immortal zombie? Thinking of this, Fairy Li Shan squinted. Central Continent, Celestial Court. White jade palaces were brightly lit. 4 GU immortals stood at 4 different directions, surrounding the rank 9 immortal GU House Heaven Overseeing Tower at the center. The old Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord stood at the eastern direction. He raised his walking stick as a bright light shined in his muddy eyes. Repairing fate begins now. The walking stick in his hand stopped in the air, as if it had hit a rock. It emitted a clanging sound. Instantly, light burst out. Countless GU worms flew around, forming a huge GU formation. Traces of light of different colors intersected with each other, forming a huge 3-dimensional formation diagram that covered 100 li of land. The female GU Immortal by Kang Shui, who was participating in the restoration for the first time, said in shock, "This refinement path GU formation is just one step away from becoming a rank 8 immortal GU house." Immortal GU houses were the crystallization of one of the GU cultivation paths, formation path. This refinement path GU formation is extraordinary. Fairy Kang Shui, look down. At the western position, the white-clothed young man Lian Zhusheng smiled. Then, he grabbed at the air, grabbed a handful of stone dragon pupils, and threw them forward. The rock dragon eyes entered the refinement path GU formation. In just a few breaths of time, they were completely broken down and fused into this mystical refinement path GU formation. So many rock dragon eyes. And such a processing speed of immortal materials. Bai Kang Shui was speechless. Who immortal blessed land, Dang Hun Palace. Fang Yuan crushed the information path GU worm in his hand. He was rejected. They still want to restrict my development, these narrow-minded women. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. Right at this time, an information path GU worm flew into his immortal aperture. Did Fairy Li Shan change her mind? Fang Yuan was stunned. He took a look and was extremely shocked. This is Lang Ya Land Spirit's request for reinforcements. Chapter 879. After Fang Yuan obtained change form immortal GU, he fused it into the immortal killer move vaguely familiar face. He could transform into anything now. But the situation was not good for him to sneak into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance again. Because Shuo Huang's identity was exposed, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was very vigilant. He could not successfully sneak into Zombie Alliance by repeating his previous actions. Thus, Fang Yuan started to target other Zombie Alliance members. As long as he secretly killed one of them and transformed into this unlucky person, it would be possible to sneak into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan was undergoing immortal ascension in Northern Plains. He had the aura of Northern Plains all over his body. Zombie Alliance's entrance could stop Feng Zhouge, but it could not stop him. However, this secret assassination also had its difficulties and risks. First, he had to kill a Zombie Alliance member. The entire process had to be carried out secretly. No information could be leaked. It was very difficult to accomplish this. Fang Yuan had rank 7 battle strength now. It was very easy for him to defeat an ordinary immortal zombie. It was also not impossible to kill an immortal zombie. But it was very difficult to assassinate one secretly. Because during battle, the commotion would be huge, it could not be controlled. If the immortal zombie wanted to run, Fang Yuan would have to chase. True solid bat wings was not so reliable. If the immortal zombie used information path GU worms to ask for reinforcements, Fang Yuan would have to use sufficient and accurate methods to eliminate these GU worms during the intense battle. In the end, other than Fang Yuan's outstanding offensive strength, he had many shortcomings in other areas. Especially when Fang Yuan lacked battlefield killer moves. Battlefield killer moves could temporarily isolate the surroundings and create a battlefield environment. In battlefield killer moves, GU Immortals could not use information path GU worms to ask for reinforcements. Of course, this was not absolute. There were no absolutes in this world. Moreover, outstanding battlefield killer moves had a limited range and could prevent enemies from escaping. Immortal battlefield killer moves had another name. They were called quasi-blessed land. Once activated, countless Dao marks could be temporarily replicated, forming a temporary unique battlefield. Most GU Immortals did not have such immortal battlefield killer moves, only a few GU Immortals had them. Fang Yuan did not have an immortal battlefield killer move. It was very difficult for him to kill a Northern Plains Zombie Alliance member alone. Even in his previous life, he did not have one. Because when he obtained his first immortal GU, he was besieged and had to self-detonate to revive. He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunsheng did not either. They had just become immortals. No matter how outstanding their immortal apertures were, they would need a long time to accumulate. But Fairy Li Shan had it. Pear Orchard was her battlefield killer move. If he could lure the immortal zombie into the pear garden, then there was a high chance that he could secretly kill it. Of course, even if she succeeded, there was a risk. Fang Yuan naturally would not forget old Lord Kenyang's group. There were definitely wisdom path GU Immortals among them. He deduced that the possibility of Fang Yuan sneaking into Zombie Alliance was very high. Once the truth was exposed, or even the slightest news got out, Fang Yuan entering Northern Plains Zombie Alliance would be like entering a tiger's den. Li Dragon into Li Chen sect. But Fairy Li Shan rejected Fang Yuan's request. Just as Fang Yuan was about to think of another way, a request for help arrived in his immortal aperture. Ever since the Northern Plains auction, Fang Yuan had rarely contacted the land spirit of Langya. This time, the land spirit of Langya contacted Fang Yuan to ask for help. This was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. In Fang Yuan's mind, Lang Ya Blessed Land had an extremely deep foundation. In his previous life, Lang Ya Blessed Land, this ownerless blessed land, had resisted 7 waves of GU Immortals attacks. And on the 7th wave, even Feng Zhouge died in Lang Ya Blessed Land. Lang Ya Blessed Land only had 12 cloud buildings on the surface, each with 1 desolate beast. They were the 12 desolate beasts. But as long as one was not an idiot, they would understand that these 12 desolate beasts were only the outermost layer of defense. Don't forget that the original owner of Lang Ya Blessed Land was Long Hair Ancestor. He was known as the #1 refinement path immortal in history. He had refined 38 immortal GU in his life, not just rank 7 or 8. And this was only the number recorded in the official history. If unofficial history and rumors were included, the number of immortal GU was enough to surpass 100. Thus, Fang Yuan had already deduced that the true defense of Lang Ya Blessed Land was the many immortal GU left behind by Long Hair Ancestor. And not desolate beasts. Lang Ya Blessed Land was very different from other blessed lands. Even without an owner, the Blessed Land's land spirit had an endless supply of immortal essence that could be used. This was because Lang Ya Blessed Land had a heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus Immortal GU that could produce immortal essence. Precisely because of heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus support, the land spirit of Langya could use immortal GU on a large scale and display their unique power. Now, the land spirit of Langya is asking me for help. In his previous life, he could last until the 7th wave, but after careful calculation, this should only be the 4th wave. Don't tell me, because of me, Northern Plains' situation has changed greatly, and the influence is too deep. Could it be that Lang Ya Blessed Land is facing the fiercest invasion in history? Fang Yuan thought rapidly in his mind. To be able to make the land spirit of Langya ask for help, the strength of the invaders this time could be imagined. They definitely surpassed Fang Yuan's personal ability. But in danger, there were often precious opportunities. Lang Ya Blessed Land had a deep foundation, it was overflowing with wealth. In his previous life, even the Celestial Court was tempted by greed and forcefully took down this blessed land. Although the Celestial Court paid a huge price, they also gained a lot. Even if they sacrificed Feng Joga, they still profited greatly. There were many benefits to cooperating with the land spirit of Langya. This point could be clearly seen from their past interactions. Fang Yuan had relied on swindling to obtain many benefits from the hands of the land spirit of Langya. After he became an immortal in this life, the reason why he could develop so quickly was because of the help from the land spirit of Langya. Especially during the early and middle stages, it was a difficult time to start. Unfortunately, after the Northern Plains auction, Fang Yuan's greed and excessive demands caused the land spirit to be disgusted with him, causing the relationship between both sides to worsen and fall to the freezing point. Fang Yuan had requested to cooperate with the land spirit several times, but the land spirit always responded with a firm stance, requesting Fang Yuan to search for a poison flower petal immortal material for it. If I can help the land spirit this time, it will definitely ease the relationship between both sides. Moreover, I have fixed immortal travel. I only need 3 breaths of time to return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. No matter how strong the enemy is, 3 breaths of time should be enough for me, right? Fang Yuan speculated. Although the land spirit of Langya urgently asked for help, the situation should not be that bad. He had always felt that Lang Ya Blessed Land's foundation was quite deep. In his previous life, it was able to resist 7 waves of attacks. Even a powerful expert like Feng Joga had perished in it. This was only the 4th wave of attacks. After thinking about it, Fang Yuan decided to help the land spirit of Langya. He was not a hot-blooded kid like Yu Fei. He would not stand up for his friends when they were attacked, regardless of personal gains or losses. He was Fang Yuan, a demonic path GU immortal. He cared about benefits, he coldly calculated gains and losses. Allies were meant to be used. What was the point of friendship? In Fang Yuan's heart, it was only a special bargaining chip to obtain benefits. Coincidentally, at this time, Tai Bai Yunsheng also sent a letter asking for help. The land spirit of Langya also sent him a letter asking for help. In fact, Tai Bai Yunsheng had once repaired Lang Ya Blessed Land for the land spirit. In terms of friendship, the relationship between Tai Bai Yunsheng and the land spirit of Langya was much better than that of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan told Tai Bai Yunsheng. His decision was acknowledged and praised by Tai Bai Yunsheng. Fang Yuan immediately set off. Using a stargate, he hurried to Lang Ya Blessed Land. Although Tai Bai Yunsheng had passed the earthly calamity, he still needed some time to recycle his immortal aperture. he could only rush over later. "You're here, Fang Yuan." The land spirit of Langya suddenly appeared in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan saw that he was not fatigued and had no injuries. He was even more certain of his guess. He laughed. "This is your attitude towards your benefactor? Me. You think I don't know? You brat, you won't wake up without benefits. If not for the urgency of the situation, I would not have asked for your help." The land spirit of Langya rolled his eyes. Even though he said that, the attitude of the land spirit of Langya was much more relaxed than before. "After repelling the enemies, I will give you the rank 6 all-out effort immortal GU recipe as your reward." The land spirit of Langya continued. Fang Yuan chuckled, but shook his head. "Let's talk about the reward later. Let's repel the invading GU immortals first." Fang Yuan did not talk about the reward. He was worried about the invading enemies. He did not take the chance to threaten him. This made the land spirit of Langya feel much more comfortable. He felt that Fang Yuan was becoming more pleasing to the eye. "Follow me." The land spirit of Langya grabbed Fang Yuan's arm and teleported, arriving at the highest floor of a cloud building. It could be seen that Lang Ya Blessed Land had a large number of space path Dao marks. Otherwise, places like Starform Blessed Land that did not have many space path Dao marks could only fly. Starform Land Spirit could not teleport. Fang Yuan stood at a high place. Looking outside, he saw that Lang Ya Blessed Land had undergone a huge change. The original Lang Ya Blessed Land had vast cloud soil. The sky was clear and boundless. 12 cloud buildings stood in the center, adjacent to each other. But at this moment, Fang Yuan's vision was filled with boundless clouds. He could not even see his own fingers. He could not see the sky or the ground. The land spirit of Langya introduced in a deep voice. "This is the GU formation activated after Lang Ya Blessed Land encountered enemies, 12-wave cloud confusion formation. The 12 cloud buildings are all mortal GU houses. They are the formation cause of this formation. Look. These people are the invading enemies." The land spirit waved his sleeves. Several mirrors appeared in front of Fang Yuan. In the mirrors, there was a GU immortal. They were either walking slowly or charging rapidly in the clouds. "This is..." Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk when he saw these GU immortals. Qin Bai Sheng, Jiang Yu, Hei Cheng, Shuesong Zi, He Lang Zi. There were 2 more. A green-robed wind path GU immortal. He was the fastest. A black-robed GU immortal covered his face. He was very mysterious. "You know these people?" The land spirit of Langya sensed Fang Yuan's peculiar expression. Fang Yuan nodded, his expression solemn. "These people have extraordinary strength, especially the leader, Qin Bai Sheng. He is a famous rank 7 expert in northern plains." "I know. If not for this, my 12-wave cloud confusion formation would not have been mostly destroyed. Now, there are only 5 left. 2 of them are already guarded by 2 Inkman GU immortals from Inkman City. You will guard this one, I will guard the other. As for the last one, I will leave it to Tai Bai Yunsheng." The land spirit of Langya distributed. Fang Yuan frowned. "The other party is very strong. Cloud building is only a mortal GU house. It will be very difficult for me to block these people and protect cloud building." Chapter 880. Qin Bai Sheng, Jiang Yu, Hei Cheng, Shuesong Zi, He Lang Zi, and 2 mysterious GU immortals that he did not recognize. Among them, only Shuesong Zi and Jiang Yu were rank 6 GU immortals. The rest were rank 7 GU immortals. As for the 2 mysterious GU immortals, Fang Yuan did not know about them, so it was fine. The remaining 3 were Qin Bai Sheng, He Lang Zi, and Hei Cheng. They were all rank 7 GU immortals. Hei Cheng was a GU immortal of the Super Force Hei tribe. Even though he had a hidden injury and could not use immortal killer moves, his battle strength had fallen greatly. He was far from his peak state, but he had the immortal GU Dark Arrow. He could not be underestimated. He Lang Zi was a famous transformation path demonic immortal in northern plains. His growth was different from ordinary people. He was ferocious and had 3 immortal desolate wolf transformations. His battle strength was very high. He had once been recruited by old ancestor Xue Hu, but was rejected by He Lang Zi. The most powerful one was Qin Bai Sheng. This person had roamed unhindered in northern plains for hundreds of years. As a lone GU immortal, He defeated Liu Hao, Shan Yu Xiong, and Nu Du, killed by Kan Zi, Jade Fire Farmer, and Heavenly Emotion Mountain Lord, fought Yuan Rang Zun, and escaped from Five Elements Master. He was a rank 7 GU immortal. His status in Northern Plains was equivalent to Central Continent's Shalei. In the eyes of the world, he had peak rank 7 battle strength. Only rank 8 GU immortals could suppress him. He was even stronger than Kanyang Laro Jun. More terrifyingly, not only did he have outstanding battle strength, he could also organize the Northern Plains auction. He was the one who profited the most. It was not strange that Fang Yuan felt it was difficult to protect the cloud building in front of such a person. But Land Spirit of Langya patted Fang Yuan's shoulder, saying, "I did not ask you to protect the cloud building. You only need to resist as much as possible. What I want is to stall for time." Page, these people are too daring. They actually dared to attack Lang Ya Blessed Land. As long as I can drag this on for another 30 minutes, I will be able to make these guys suffer. Land Spirit of Langya's tone was full of confidence. Like Fang Yuan had guessed earlier, Lang Ya Land Spirit definitely had a trump card to win. In the previous 3 waves of attacks, Land Spirit of Langya's battle strength. He definitely did not rely on these 12 desolate GU immortal. Then, what is Lang Ya Land Spirit's reliance? Fang Yuan could not help but feel a strong sense of curiosity in his heart. God Master GU no. However, Lang Ya Land Spirit did not tell him and only smiled mysteriously. Master. This cloud building had already been lent to Fang Yuan by Land Spirit of Langya. Fang Yuan could freely manipulate it. Fang Yuan browsed through it a few times before memorizing all the methods. Next, he tried to practice and quickly got the hang of it. The cloud building was the formation core of the 12-wave cloud confusion formation. Star thoughts surged in Fang Yuan's mind. After understanding the cloud building, he started to understand the 12-wave cloud confusion formation. He also had a good understanding of it. All in all, this was a maze-like fog formation. Although it had not been perfected to the level of a battlefield killer move, it was only a step away. It was not that Land Spirit of Langya did not have a battlefield killer move, but to create a battlefield killer move, Dao marks had to be carved. The newly added Dao marks could not perfectly match the Dao marks of this world. There would always be conflicts and contradictions. This would cause damage to Lang Ya Blessed Land. Thus, the Land Spirit did not take them. In terms of stalling for time, the 12-wave cloud confusion formation had already reached the limit of a GU formation. When a GU immortal is inside the formation, their 5 senses would be confused. They would not be able to distinguish left from right, they would go around in circles and so on. Only an investigative immortal killer move could identify the correct direction in the GU formation. Only by completely destroying the 12 cloud pavilions could the formation be completely destroyed. Without an investigative immortal killer move, the GU immortal could only run around in the GU formation and see if they could find a cloud building. That would be purely based on luck. Thankfully, once the formation was created, the 12 cloud buildings could not be moved. Otherwise, GU immortals without investigative immortal killer moves would not be relying on luck, it would be impossible. Fang Yuan sat on the cloud bed and opened many mirrors, observing the surroundings of this cloud building. His authority was limited to this cloud building, he could only observe the surroundings of a certain range. There was only white fog in the mirrors, not a single GU immortal appeared. Fang Yuan did not lack patience, he waited silently. A moment later, a GU immortal's figure appeared in one of the mirrors. She wore a purple dress, her nose was tall, her beautiful eyes were deep, her eyelashes were thick, her skin was slightly dark, she gave off a gentle and charming aura. It was Fairy Jiang Yu. Fang Yuan's heart shook, he immediately thought of her dark limit immortal GU. He Lulan had the great strength true martial physique. Before becoming an immortal, she used dark limit immortal GU to enter He Lulan's body and move around, concealing the aura of the great strength true martial physique. At the start, He Lulan's plan was to steal dark limit immortal GU before it was exposed. But unfortunately, Fairy Jiang Yu's whereabouts were unknown. This plan failed before it could be carried out. Later, when He Cheng chased after He Lulan, This plan could not be carried out anymore. Dark limit immortal GU, if I could obtain it. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered, he felt regret. Unfortunately, in this situation, even if I capture Fairy Jiangyu alive, I might not be able to obtain Dark Limit Immortal GU. It was very difficult to steal an Immortal GU, the chances were slim. After all, one could make an Immortal GU self-detonate with a single thought. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking about it, Fairy Jiangyu moved around in a roundabout manner within Fang Yuan's territory, moving to the side and leaving this place. After leaving Fang Yuan's area of control, Fairy Li Shan disappeared from the mirror. But not long later, a second GU Immortal entered Fang Yuan's area. His appearance was clearly reflected in the mirror. It was Qin Baisheng. Fang Yuan's gaze was solemn as he watched Qin Baisheng get closer. Undeniably, among all these GU Immortal enemies, Fang Yuan did not want to meet the most. It was Qin Baisheng. Fang Yuan did not know that Qin Baisheng had regained his original battle strength after fighting Feng Zhouge. But just based on Qin Baisheng's performance, he was at the level of Central Continent's Shalei. Such an opponent was too strong. If he really found this cloud building, Fang Yuan would immediately make a decision. He would only deal with the situation for a while before retreating. Even though he was supporting the land spirit of Langya, this type of support depended on the situation. Fang Yuan had never planned to risk his life for the land spirit of Langya. And the land spirit of Langya clearly had trump cards, it was not his turn to risk his life. Qin Baisheng was getting closer and closer to the cloud building. He had an investigative immortal killer move, he was moving forward in a straight line. The cloud building that Fang Yuan controlled was right beside his route, about 300 steps away in a straight line. The range of the Immortal Killer Move's investigative Immortal Killer Move was suppressed by this 12-wave cloud confusion GU formation. But it was definitely more than 300 steps. Once Qin Baisheng got to a certain distance, the cloud building would appear in his investigative range. That way, Qin Baisheng would naturally charge towards the cloud building, and Fang Yuan's first battle would end in failure. But this failure was not scary. Fang Yuan did not have any psychological burden. For someone like Fang Yuan, failure would not affect his morale. It would not damage his fighting spirit, and it would be difficult to change his plans. His state of mind would not be disturbed. But soon, things changed again. Qin Baisheng's expression suddenly changed, he directly changed his direction and flew towards the northeast. Their information path method is not only at immortal level, it is also very effective against GU formations. They can actually transmit information in the GU formation. Almost at the same time, Fang Yuan heard. The land spirit of Langya's voice was filled with surprise. Fang Yuan nodded slightly, replying, "Since the other party is attacking here, they should have come prepared. But from your words, did they not expose this method earlier?" The land spirit was silent for a while. Then it replied, "No. The cloud buildings before were all guarded by desolate beasts, they fought alone and killed desolate beasts, breaking into the cloud buildings. But this time, Mo Tan Sang and the desolate beasts are guarding the cloud buildings together. The other party should have discovered a GU immortal for the first time, thus they changed their strategy of fighting alone and rushed over to help." Fang Yuan's expression sank. Not good. Mo Tan Sang is the city lord of Inkman City, it is already good that he came to help, but he might have to conceal his appearance during the battle. Once the connection between Inkman City and Lang Ya Blessed Land is exposed, Northern Plains Inkman City will face a calamity. Mo Tan Sang is restrained in battle, while the other party is strong and many of them are working together, he might not be able to defend the cloud buildings. The land spirit immediately replied, "This 12-wave cloud confusion formation uses Lang Ya Blessed Land's own Dao marks to divide the enemy and make them fall into a predicament of fighting alone. In theory, it can isolate rank 7 and rank 6 immortal information path killer moves, preventing the enemy from communicating with each other. Even if they set up whole Earth GU, it is useless. But this group can communicate with each other, it is likely related to the previous attacks. Sigh. I should not have coveted the benefits of selling GU immortal slaves, I should have killed them all. This group of people should possess a rather powerful Soul Dao technique. I have already erased the memories of the GU immortal slave souls. The land spirit of Langya's analysis was clear and logical. He felt great regret. Fang Yuan also agreed with the land spirit of Langya's analysis. When GU immortals fought, their thoughts were all astute. Qin Baisheng only did a small action of helping, but he exposed so many things. On the other hand, since the other party was related to the previous attacks, Lang Ya blessed land's exposed secrets would not be few. Can you show me the battle scene over there? Fang Yuan made a request. A new mirror appeared, displaying the scene of the battle. Mo Tan Sang was riding on a desolate beast, fighting with GU immortal He Cheng. Mo Tan Sang was a rank 6 GU immortal. He was at a disadvantage. He cultivated Qi Path, but at this moment, he used other methods to fight. He Cheng had a hidden illness, but he was still rank 7, he did not use Dark Arrow Immortal GU to control the battle. The main reason was because Mo Tan Sang was afraid of exposing his identity. He had Inkman City's foundation, he could not let it be destroyed. Right now, he was only supporting the desolate beast, letting it attack while he healed and defended from the side. Desolate beasts were brave and fearless, but they lacked intelligence to observe the battle situation. Needless to say, with Mo Tan Sang's careful help, although the desolate beast was suppressed, it was still vigorous and seemed to be able to hold on for some time. But Fang Yuan knew that when Qin Baisheng arrived, the desolate beast would only die on the spot. Just as Fang Yuan was paying attention to Mo Tan Sang, a third figure appeared near Fang Yuan. Xue Songzi, did he not receive the news and go to the battlefield over there? Fang Yuan was surprised, he had many guesses in his heart. A moment later, Xue Songzi found Fang Yuan's cloud building. He paused for a moment before shooting towards the cloud building. Fang Yuan also stood up with a solemn expression. The battle was about to start. Chapter 881. Among the 7 GU immortals who invaded Lang Ya blessed land, the one Fang Yuan wanted to meet the most was Xue Songzi. Because among them, Xue Songzi had the lowest cultivation level and battle strength. At the same time, Fang Yuan and Xue Songzi had fought before. In the previous battle, Xue Songzi was chased around by the Strength Path Phantom Army. He was in a pathetic state. One could say, Xue Songzi was defeated by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had experience and knew Xue Songzi's foundation. But I cannot be careless in this battle. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression as he looked at Xue Songzi in the mirror, getting closer to the cloud building that he was guarding. He did not have any disdain or arrogance in his heart. Even a lion would use its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person. And in this battle, Fang Yuan had many concerns. The first concern was that this was not a one-on-one battle, it was a chaotic battle between the invaders and Lang Ya blessed land. If Fang Yuan fought with Xue Songzi, would the other side send reinforcements? This was quite possible. The second concern was Xue Songzi's battle strength. In Lang Ya blessed land, the invaders were forbidden from using mortal GU. Xue Songzi could enter here because he had immortal GU. Xue Songzi could enter here because he had immortal GU. This secret was obvious. Because Xue Songzi was rapidly approaching Fang Yuan, he was using a genuine immortal killer move. It seems that in this battle, I need to use a sneak attack to establish my advantage. Even if reinforcements come later, the pressure I face will be reduced. The pressure I face will also decrease. Evil thoughts rumbled in Fang Yuan's mind. Using malicious thoughts to scheme against others was the most effective method. Fang Yuan had already experienced it deeply. Xue Songzi flew rapidly. The scene in front of him did not change, it was still a vast white fog. It filled his vision. The rapid flight brought about a gust of wind that blew across his body, making him excited. This immortal GU is different from mortal GU, it is truly extraordinary. Xue Songzi experienced the pleasure of using the immortal flying killer move, while also paying attention to his immortal aperture. Inside his immortal aperture, there was an ice path immortal GU, it was huge. It was the size of a normal horse, the entire immortal GU looked like a heart. They were like ice sculptures, vivid and lifelike, overflowing with cold air. This was Ice Heart Immortal Gu. Ice Heart Immortal Gu naturally did not belong to Xuesongzi. Shadowsex Qin Bai Sheng had lent it to Xuesongzi to increase his battle strength in order to invade Lang Ya Blessed Land. Qin Bai Sheng not only gave the rank 6 Immortal Gu to Xuesongzi, he also gave several sets of Immortal Killer moves with Ice Heart Immortal Gu as the core. It covered offense, defense, advance and retreat, healing, and so on. Xuesongzi was a Snow Path Gu Immortal. Ice Path and Snow Path were twin paths. They intertwined with each other and were almost indistinguishable. Xuesongzi used this Ice Path Immortal Gu and Killer move. It was very suitable. Ice Heart Immortal Gu let out bone-chilling frost energy, but Xuesongzi's heart was burning. Before Qin Bai Sheng attacked this time, he promised Xuesongzi that if they succeeded in this invasion, then he would give this Ice Path Immortal Gu to Xuesongzi as a reward. Thus, Xuesongzi had a lot of motivation. After invading the Blessed Land, he was very proactive. After all, in order to find a wooden chicken Immortal Gu, he had even helped Ma tribe in the Imperial Court contest. Now that there was such a good opportunity, Ice Heart Immortal Gu was much more suitable for him than wooden chicken Immortal Gu. Of course he was moved. Cloud building. Xuesongzi's body froze. He cried out involuntarily. In the white fog that seemed to never change, a towering pavilion suddenly appeared. Xuesongzi reacted and was overjoyed. To think that my luck is so good, I really found a cloud building. Qin Bai Sheng's mission was to find the 12 formation cores of the cloud buildings in this 12-wave cloud confusion formation and destroy them. If I can destroy one cloud building alone, it will be a huge merit. According to the reward system before the battle, I will be able to obtain a huge reward. But each cloud building is guarded by a desolate beast. I need to be careful. Xuesongzi calmed down again. As if it heard his thoughts, a desolate beast jumped up from below the cloud building. This desolate beast was as large as an elephant. It had a brown-yellow body and thick fur that covered almost half of its body. It was the desolate beast Yellow Jade Lion that Fang Yuan had picked up from Starform Grotto Heaven and gifted to Land Spirit of Langya. The Yellow Jade Lion did not make a sound. It moved like lightning towards Xuesongzi. Good. Xuesongzi's eyes were filled with excitement and battle intent, but he retreated instead of advancing, showing his vigilance. The Yellow Jade Lion's attack did not hit. Xuesongzi pulled some distance away from it. The latter waved his sleeves, creating a huge snowstorm. The snowstorm howled. Snowballs the size of eggs smashed towards the Yellow Jade Lion. This was not a mortal killer move, it was an immortal killer move, freezing snow. Only immortal killer moves could barely be used in this situation. Mortal killer moves could not be used at all. The Yellow Jade Lion could not open its eyes from the wind. The cold air spread rapidly, forming a thick layer of white frost on its body. The Yellow Jade Lion's body shook as it shook off most of the frost, charging towards Xuesongzi again. Xuesongzi stared at the Yellow Jade Lion's thick fur. He snorted coldly. His immortal killer move did not have enough offensive power. It used the frost air to penetrate the flesh and bones, affecting the opponent's movement and speed. The Yellow Jade Lion was not large among desolate beasts, but it had both strength and agility. Xuesongzi used this move to get rid of the Yellow Jade Lion's advantage in agility. But the Yellow Jade Lion was a desolate beast. It had thick fur. If it were any other desolate beast, the frost air might freeze their flesh and blood. The Yellow Jade Lion had its own innate ability. It countered this move, only its fur was frozen. Xuesongzi was not good at close combat. He liked to fight from afar. Seeing the Yellow Jade Lion charging towards him, he retreated again. Immortal killer move Ice Trace. He flew backwards towards the Yellow Jade Lion. As he retreated, on the ground, white fog froze, forming a path of ice crystals. The Yellow Jade Lion pursued in a straight line. As he ran on the ice crystal road, his speed dropped drastically. Xuesongzi retreated rapidly. Seeing that there was a sufficient distance between them, he laughed and said, "What a beast! Eat my piercing ice blade." He raised his palm and slashed at the Yellow Jade Lion from afar. Catcher! In an instant, a huge ice blade was formed in the air. The ice blade fell from the sky at an extremely fast speed. The ice blade was sharp and ruthlessly chopped at the yellow jade lion's back. The yellow jade lion howled in pain as blood splattered everywhere. Then, it was frozen into blood-red ice. The penetrating ice blade shattered like glass, but the cold air inside was directly injected into the yellow jade lion's body through the wound. The attacks came one after another, overwhelming the opponent. It was extremely vicious and ruthless. The yellow jade lion roared at the sky, and the sound waves surged through the clouds. Balls of flames rose from its 4 claws, increasing its speed once again. He was even more agile when dodging. The yellow jade lion's body was covered in large numbers of mortal GU worms. These were specially nurtured by the land spirit of Langya. Because it was a battle in the headquarters, the yellow jade lion's mortal GU worms were all destroyed. They could all play a role. However, the cold air had already entered its body, and the speed of the yellow jade lion was greatly reduced. Xue Songzi had the upper hand. He continued to use immortal killer moves. Attack the topaz lion. The situation was becoming more and more disadvantageous for the topaz lion. The wounds on its body were also increasing. His speed was also getting slower and slower. Even when he coughed up blood, what he coughed up wasn't boiling hot blood. Instead, it was a cold blood freeze. Ha ha ha, carefree, truly carefree. Xue Songzi was happy and contented, laughing loudly. He had used almost all of the immortal killer moves that Qin Baisheng had taught him. He could feel the power of immortal killer moves. The desolate beasts that gave him headaches in the past could only run for their lives and howl in pain under the bombardment of immortal killer moves. Next will be the last move, Frozen Heartlock. Let's test its power. Xue Songzi suddenly advanced instead of retreating, diving down towards the yellow jade lion below. His speed was extremely fast, like a goshawk hunting in the sky. Before the yellow jade lion could react, the GU worm had already sensed Xue Songzi's aura being activated, and a light armor appeared on the yellow jade lion's body. Humph! Child's play. A ruthless light flashed in Xue Songzi's eyes. He raised his palm again and used immortal killer move penetrating ice blade. Boom! The ice blade landed on the yellow jade lion's back and shattered. The light armor created by the mortal GU worm could not even last for a blink of an eye. It was easily destroyed by the ice blade. A deep wound appeared on the yellow jade lion's back. Its bones could be seen. The desolate beast lion howled in pain. It could not hold on any longer and fell to the ground. Xue Songzi stepped on the yellow jade lion's back. He suddenly bent down and placed his palms on the yellow jade lion's body. Crack, crack, crack. Soft sounds of ice forming could be heard. First, a thin layer of ice appeared on the yellow jade lion's back. With Xue Songzi as the center, it rapidly spread across the yellow jade lion's body. Soon, this thin layer of ice could be seen with the naked eye, becoming thicker. Not only this, there was also an intense frost energy spreading in the yellow jade lion's body, freezing its flesh, bones, and even its organs. Xue Songzi's expression was pale. He was inwardly shocked. This ice heartlock is indeed powerful. It can even freeze desolate beasts. But this immortal killer move expends immortal essence too quickly. After realizing this, Xue Songzi wanted to let go. But soon, greed rose in his heart. Why don't I take this chance to capture this yellow jade lion alive? I will freeze it first, and when it thaws, I will sell it to others. A living desolate beast. This is a huge transaction in jewel yellow skies. He. Just as he was thinking about his beautiful future, the yellow jade lion under his feet suddenly exploded. With a loud sound, a strength path giant hand firmly grabbed Xue Songzi, who could not dodge in time. Xue Songzi was pale with fright. What the hell is this? Ice armor. A thick layer of ice armor appeared on his body. The strength path giant hand tightly gripped the ice armor. Cracks started to appear on the ice armor. Xue Songzi's lips curled up, revealing a ruthless smile. I can test another variation of this defensive killer move. Ice armor, explode. With a loud sound, the ice armor exploded. Large amounts of frost energy filled the surroundings. Fang Yuan's strength path giant hand's 5 fingers were pushed away by the huge impact. Xue Songzi took the chance to fly away, but at the next moment, his sinister smile froze. Above his head, A giant strength path hand was already ready to strike. Xue Songzi flew to the sky. The ice armor had just exploded, he could not activate it again in time. This strength path giant hand was like a fly swatter. It ruthlessly swung and smashed Xue Songzi into a pile of meat paste and bone fragment. Chapter 882. You killed an enemy Gu immortal? Good, good, good. Fang Yuan had just gotten out of the yellow jade lion's body when the land spirit of Langya's voice entered his ears. Fang Yuan's first thought was, it seems that this Lang Ya blessed land has a lot of sound path Dao marks. The land spirit of Langya was so convenient to transmit, who immortal land spirit and star form land spirit did not have this ability. It could be seen that Lang Ya blessed land had a lot of sound path Dao marks. The land spirit was very surprised that Fang Yuan could kill Xue Songzi, saying good 3 times in a row. This was the first time the enemy had lost a member since they started attacking. Fang Yuan, to think that you are so good at deducing immortal Gu recipes, you are also not careless in battle. At this juncture, the land spirit of Langya was not stingy with its praise. He. Fang Yuan also laughed. When he laughed, Xue Songzi's flesh and bones had just fallen to the ground. Fang Yuan was quite satisfied with this battle result. The yellow jade lion under his feet was on the verge of death. Fang Yuan used it as a pawn to deal with Xue Songzi, obtaining a miraculous effect. In this battle, Fang Yuan only used vaguely familiar face and strength path giant hand. He did not expend much energy. But he killed Xue Songzi. The battle result was huge. At Fang Yuan's level, he deeply understood that all battles were just a continuation of economic conflicts. In other words, battles and wars were like doing business. There was an accounting of what one had to pay and what one obtained. Why was Fang Yuan so satisfied? Because he had paid very little in this battle. But his gains were huge. In business terms, he had used a small amount to gain a large amount. He had made a huge profit. Xue Songzi had an immortal Gu and a complete set of immortal killer moves. If Fang Yuan fought directly, he might not be able to defeat the enemy even after dozens of rounds. Here, Xue Songzi could only use immortal killer moves. Fang Yuan might be able to use mortal Gu, but against the power of immortal killer moves, he would have to use immortal killer moves to block them, right? This way, his green grape immortal essence expenditure would be huge. Even if he expended a huge amount of immortal essence, Xue Songzi might not die. Who knows, the reinforcements might be Fang Yuan's turn to retreat instead. But when Gu immortals fight, they are not inflexible moves, they are filled with schemes and schemes. Fang Yuan had been guessing earlier. Xue Songzi was a member of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. He was weak, he was probably a peripheral character among these invading Gu immortals. Xue Gu immortal Gu. Immortal Gu immortal immortal Gu immortal Gu immortal master. Most importantly, Fang Yuan knew that Xue Songzi was in the previous imperial court contest. Attention to what he did. Master Xue immortal Gu immortal master Xue immortal master master. Thus, he easily deduced the reason why Xue Songzi obtained the immortal Gu, as well as his mentality. As the saying went, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Xue Songzi knew nothing about Fang Yuan. He was also a weakling. He did not seem to have received Qin Bai Sheng's warning. If it was Qin Bai Sheng, he would have told Xue Songzi that there were already Gu immortals in the cloud buildings. Then Xue Songzi would not be so careless. What was worse was, earlier, the invaders were unstoppable. They destroyed many formation cores of the cloud buildings. They also killed many desolate beasts. After every battle, Qin Bai Sheng had to send a message to the members and inform them once. Qin Bai Sheng's action was understandable. Because the Gu immortals were scattered, searching for formation cores everywhere. The vast white fog made the Gu immortals feel isolated. Their morale would fall. Xue Songzi heard the notification again and again. He felt that he was unstoppable. His morale was high. He died at Fang Yuan's hands. There was a reason why arrogant soldiers were bound to lose. On the other hand, Fang Yuan was scheming and scheming. He had a huge advantage. Of course, his guess might not be accurate. It was just a guess after all. But the truth was, He had a good grasp of Xue Songzi's mentality. He was also hiding inside the yellow jade lion's body. Xue Songzi also had an investigative immortal killer move. During the battle, he scanned the yellow jade lion's body at least 3 times. He was afraid that the yellow jade lion might have some wild immortal GU that would suddenly activate and catch him off guard. He would be in deep trouble. Xue Songzi did not find any immortal GU. This made him even more careless. Fang Yuan's vaguely familiar face played an extremely important role in this process. If he did not use this killer move to conceal himself, even if he hid inside the yellow jade lion's body, Xue Songzi would be able to detect him. Because of all these factors, this shocking result was created. GU immortals were all dragons and phoenixes among men. If Xue Songzi had not been careless, with his current strength, he could have contended against Fang Yuan. Even if he was at a disadvantage, he could have lasted for some time. Unfortunately, his opponent was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories. To put it nicely, he was intelligent, but to put it bluntly, he was scheming and scheming. He could use a portion of his strength to the limit and display several times the effect. Land Spirit of Langya, I killed Xue Songzi this time. How are you going to reward me? Xue Songzi's immortal aperture was destroyed. Although everything in the immortal aperture was destroyed, his Dao marks all belong to this blessed land of yours. Fang Yuan asked with a smile. Ha ha ha, no problem, there will be a huge reward after the battle. I hope you can guard this cloud building well. Mo Tansang is heavily injured and barely survived. His cloud building has already been lost. You have Xue Songzi's soul. You need to search for it and see this group's background. The land spirit immediately replied. Fang Yuan's gaze focused slightly. This was not the first time he had captured a GU immortal's soul. Earlier in Tai Bai Blessed Land, Tai Bai Yunsheng could not find any flaws. But in Lang Ya Blessed Land, he was exposed to the land spirit of Langya. As for Mo Tansang's loss, it was normal. Fang Yuan had expected it. Xue Songzi is dead. Qin Baisheng stood in the ruins of the cloud building. His body suddenly shook as he spoke. What? He had your immortal GU and a complete set of immortal killer moves. How could he suddenly die? Hei Cheng, who was beside him, was shocked. Xue Songzi's death caused Hei Cheng's pressure to rise sharply. Among the Shadow Sect members, Hei Cheng was rank 7. But his battle strength was relatively weak. He was a natural ally with Xue Songzi. Moreover, Hei Cheng was not only worried about this blessed land. There was also this group of mysterious comrades beside him. He fell into a trap. Qin Baisheng thought for a few breaths of time, his eyes shining brightly. In a direct battle, unless a rank 8 GU immortal attacks, Xue Songzi will be able to last for some time. This Lang Ya Blessed Land definitely does not have a rank 8 GU immortal. Then the biggest possibility left was that Xue Songzi had discovered a cloud pavilion or other important things. For the sake of the promised reward before the battle, he concealed his discovery and did not report it. He obtained a new immortal GU and wanted to test it out. In the end, he was caught by the enemy and set up a trap. At the right time, he killed Xue Songzi. Hei Cheng took in a deep breath. Then his opponent is not simple, to be able to scheme against Xue Songzi to death. Even though he said that, Hei Cheng felt even more wariness towards Qin Baisheng. This Qin Baisheng was truly skilled in both martial and civil matters. Not only was his strength extraordinary, he was able to analyze the situation so clearly in just a few breaths of time. In terms of scheming, he seemed to be even better. Maybe I treasured the limited number of communication methods too much. I need to learn from this lesson. Qin Baisheng sighed faintly. Soon after, he smiled. But thankfully, we dismantled 8 cloud buildings. I have already gained a deep understanding of the formation cause of these cloud buildings. I have already created a mortal killer move that can lead us to the remaining cloud buildings. But here, to use this mortal killer move, we need to use an immortal killer move to protect it. He can actually create a mortal killer move in such a short time? What attainment level is he at? Hei Cheng's heart shook. Qin Baisheng started to transmit to the others. He summoned the mysterious black-robed GU immortal to his side, so that he could continue to use immortal killer moves to protect him. It could be seen that Qin Baisheng did not trust He Cheng. He also ordered Hui Fengzi and He Langzi to go to the location where Xue Songzi died. Qin Baisheng lent Xue Songzi an immortal Gu. But he also used this chance to plant an immortal method on Xue Songzi. It could be used to track him. This was not hidden from Xue Songzi. Because Qin Baisheng used the immortal Gu he lent, if I don't plant a tracking method on you, what if you run away after borrowing my immortal Gu? He also said that he would reward Xue Songzi with the immortal Gu after the battle, to control him. Thus, Xue Songzi had a fawning smile back then. He took the initiative to let Qin Baisheng plant a tracking method on him. With the correct direction, He Langzi and Hui Fengzi quickly arrived at the location where Xue Songzi died. Seeing the bloody mess on the ground, He Langzi snorted in disdain, truly trash. Hui Fengzi flew down and inspected the area. After confirming that there were no traps, he carefully observed Xue Songzi's mangled corpse. Soon, his gaze turned solemn as he found something. This is troublesome. The other party seems to have a strength path killer move. Xue Songzi died from this move. This move is extremely powerful and powerful. Hui Fengzi's analysis was correct. Fang Yuan's immortal killer move Myriad Self was no longer the same as before. The core cleanse soul immortal Gu was useless, but there was still self-strength immortal Gu, pulling mountain immortal Gu, and pulling water immortal Gu, these three strength path cores. It was rare to see an immortal killer move that could perfectly fuse three strength path immortal Gu. He Langzi was skeptical of Hui Fengzi's words. In fact, he was very wary of human Gu immortals. He flew down and stood beside Xue Songzi's corpse. His head suddenly turned into a wolf's head, his eyes were eerie as they flickered with green light. He looked around several times. At the same time, his wolf nose sniffed, as if he had smelled some important information. Soon, He Langzi's expression turned ugly. He said, "Rank 7 strength path, it is indeed rare, could it be the domination immortal?" Next, he said, "No matter what, let's destroy this cloud building first." He Langzi acted like a wild beast. He did things in a straightforward manner. Hui Fengzi nodded, but his gaze was vigilant as he looked around, afraid that a terrifying rank 7 strength path expert was hiding near him. "Brothers, you've come so quickly. I am Xing Xiongzi. I am overseeing this cloud building. May I know your names?" Fang Yuan flew out of the cloud building. "Be careful. This is a star path rank 6 Gu immortal." Hui Fengzi quickly transmitted to He Langzi. He Langzi nodded silently. Chapter 883. Hui Fengzi and He Langzi stared at Fang Yuan intently. Right now, Fang Yuan was wearing a blue robe. Traces of starlight were leaking out of his wide sleeves. He was no longer tall and muscular like before, he was tall and slender. His skin was not the bronze zombie skin, it was white and tender like a baby's, it had a faint red glow to it. His facial features had also become elegant and refined. Coupled with his long and smooth white hair, he looked exactly like a free and unfettered expert with a sage-like demeanor. After obtaining change form immortal Gu, vaguely familiar faces effect increased greatly. Fang Yuan's appearance changed greatly. "Xing Xiongzi. I have never heard of him." He Langzi frowned, a ruthless gaze flickered in his eyes. From the start, he had felt something amiss. "You are a Northern Plains Gu immortal?" Hui Fengzi changed his expression. He looked relaxed, but he was actually wary of the other rank 7 strength path Gu immortal hiding in the dark. Fang Yuan waved his sleeves, laughing heartily. "I am a Northern Plains Gu immortal, a mere lone cultivator is not worth mentioning. Both of you are famous in Northern Plains, you are both experts, I cannot compare to you." He knew He Langzi, but he did not know Hui Fengzi. But looking at the situation, He Langzi and Hui Fengzi were walking side by side. With He Langzi's wild nature, one could deduce that this Hui Fengzi had battle strength that did not lose to He Langzi. "Since you know of our reputation, why are you not retreating? If we really fight and you die in my hands, that would be too unwise." Hui Fengzi sneered a few times, his gaze was as sharp as a knife as he looked over. Fang Yuan smiled helplessly. "I have been entrusted with a task, so I have to fulfill it. I am not skilled in fighting, but I have no choice but to fight you too. Please. He said this in a perfunctory manner. But he was secretly happy. Vaguely familiar faces effect was quite good. The two of them were rank 7. The moment he appeared, he had definitely used many investigative killer moves. Based on the current situation, these two did not have any suspicions towards Fang Yuan's appearance. If he found out that Fang Yuan was an immortal zombie, just based on He Langzi's personality, he would have already attacked. Star Path rank 6 was already lower than his cultivation. If he was an immortal zombie, he would look down on him even more. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that the other party had already discovered it but was holding back. Hui Fengzi and He Langzi saw that Xingxiongzi was only rank 6. Their cultivations were lower than his, but they took the initiative to challenge him. Involuntarily, the two thought of the hidden strength path Gu Immortal. The two looked at each other. Hui Fengzi said to He Langzi, "Why don't you attack? I'll help you." He Langzi was wary of the rank 7 strength path Gu Immortal who killed Shuesongzi. Since Hui Fengzi is watching from the side, if that mysterious rank 7 strength path Gu Immortal suddenly attacks, there is no need to worry too much. However, I had an inexplicable feeling that something was wrong. I don't know why. He Langzi frowned and nodded to Hui Fengzi. At the next moment, he growled and pounced at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan saw that the famous demon of northern plains, He Langzi, was getting closer. He smiled. "Please." Fang Yuan pushed his palms forward, using an immortal killer move. At that instant, starlight shined. A whirlpool-like star cloud appeared. A few breaths of time later, it expanded to the size of 2 or 3 elephants. This star cloud rotated rapidly, creating a huge attractive force. Star Path Immortal Killer Move Star Cloud Grindstone. This was Star Lord Wn Xiong's defensive killer move. Long-range attacks could be attracted in and then crushed by the Star Cloud Grindstone. For close combat experts like He Langzi, once he entered the Star Cloud Grindstone, his body would be restricted and he would be crushed by it. All in all, this was a very strong offensive-defensive killer move. Howl! He Langzi's body burst out with an explosive light. The light was so bright that even Fang Yuan had to close his eyes. At the next moment, the light faded and a wolf appeared. This wolf wasn't very big. In fact, it was even slightly smaller than an ordinary wolf. But the dangerous aura it exuded made Fang Yuan's eyelids twitch. It had no fur on its body, it was like a wooden statue covered in brown paint, giving off a sinister aura. On the wolf's head, there were naturally mushroom-like bones. It looked like it was wearing a pitch-black triangular hat. Under the brim of the hat, in the empty eye sockets, there were not sparkling eyeballs, but 2 glossy green flames quietly burning. Rank 7 desolate beasts fed on soul beasts. Fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf. After He Langzi transformed into the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf, his speed increased by 3 times. He was like a shadow that flashed past Fang Yuan's eyes. Such speed. Even my investigative killer move cannot capture it. Fang Yuan's heart tightened. In any Gu Immortal battle, speed was an extremely important factor. Whoever was faster would have the initiative. Advancing or retreating could be done with a single thought. The slower side wanted to attack but could not hit the other side. If they wanted to retreat, they would be chased by the other side. He Langzi was indeed a famous transformation path demonic immortal in Northern Plains. When he was in human form, his battle strength was only rank 6 peak stage. But once he transformed into beast form, his battle strength rose sharply. It proved that he had great battle strength. At this moment, Fang Yuan was at a disadvantage. He lost the initiative, but he did not panic. Even though he had an incomplete strength path immortal killer move, 3 pairs of true solid bat wings, he did not show any signs of using it now. True solid bat wings was a top-tier mortal killer move. Once Iron Crown Eagle strength immortal GU activated, it could burst out with the speed of an immortal killer move. Thus, it was called an incomplete immortal killer move. But this movement killer move was too unstable. And even if Iron Crown Eagle strength immortal GU activated, Fang Yuan's speed could not match the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf. This ancient desolate beast wolf could fight against rank 7 GU immortals, It was known for its speed and agility. Moreover, if Fang Yuan used true solid bat wings now, he would be exposing his strength path GU immortal identity. A wise man would not take it. Fang Yuan had taken the initiative to become a star path GU immortal this time. He was also using these two strong enemies to test his star path methods. He was testing the results of his research in Hu immortal blessed land. The fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf let out a sharp howl. It was so fast that even Fang Yuan couldn't catch it. It was faster than lightning. In the blink of an eye, it was about to reach Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression did not change. He did something that He Langzi did not expect. He took the initiative to jump into the nebula grindstone that had just been activated. He Langzi had originally planned to bypass the nebula grindstone and kill Fang Yuan. Therefore, be it his mind or body, he deliberately avoided the nebula grindstone. Fang Yuan jumping in was out of He Langzi's expectations. Kai. With a soft sound, the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf's claws scratched Fang Yuan's back. The fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf was really too fast. Even if Fang Yuan took the initiative to dodge and jump into the nebula grindstone, he would not be able to escape. He Langzi still managed to grab him from the back. But this grab was a hasty move. It did not cause much damage to Fang Yuan. Immortal zombies had pretty good defenses. A large hole was torn on Fang Yuan's blue robe, but the injury on his back was only superficial. His spine was not injured. When blood sprayed out, the flesh moved, the wound quickly closed. It was completely healed in a few breaths of time. But this blood. It was sprinkled in the air, it gradually changed color and revealed its true form, a few drops of immortal zombie blood. This is a weakness of vaguely familiar face. Fang Yuan saw these drops of immortal zombie blood and had a thought. He remembered it. At the next moment, he waved his sleeves and collected the immortal zombie blood into his sleeves. Standing at the center of the nebula grindstone, he looked at the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf outside. He invited with a long laugh, "Sir He Langzi, you are very skilled, do you dare to enter?" Why was this nebula grindstone a defensive killer move? It was not an offensive killer move, that was the reason. As Fang Yuan fought inside, the nebula grindstone would grind down the enemy, but it could not harm or obstruct Fang Yuan. The fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf stared at the star cloud grindstone in front of it. In its empty eye sockets, a pair of eerie green flames burned fiercely. Fang Yuan could feel He Langzi's surging battle intent. He Langzi was about to pounce. Fang Yuan was fully focused. But at the next moment, the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf suddenly changed directions. It gave up on the enemy in front of it and charged towards the cloud buildings. Why should I fight you to the death? My goal is to destroy as many cloud buildings as possible. To destroy this damned 12-wave cloud confusion GU formation. At this moment, He Langzi laughed coldly in his mind. He Langzi's action was aimed at Fang Yuan's weakness. Fang Yuan fell into a dilemma. The reason why Fang Yuan appeared here was to defend the cloud buildings and stall for time. But now, He Langzi attacked the cloud buildings and gave up on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was in a dilemma. If Fang Yuan stood still, He Langzi would destroy the cloud buildings and achieve his goal. He would obtain victory. If Fang Yuan chased after him, he might not be able to protect himself. But his speed was not as fast as He Langzi's fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf. Passive, Fang Yuan was in a very passive situation. GU immortals were GU immortals after all. When they fought, desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts could not compare to them. He Langzi attacked twice. The first time, he went around the nebula grindstone and attacked Fang Yuan. This time, he gave up on Fang Yuan and attacked the cloud buildings. It was truly the essence of besieging Wei to rescue the besieging. Besieging Wei to rescue the besieging was a story from Fang Yuan's previous life on Earth, but this GU Masterworld civilization was not simple, they had similar wisdom. Battles between GU immortals were filled with such wisdom. It was not just a direct clash of strength on the surface, there were also schemes and plots between them. Seeing that the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf was attacking the cloud buildings, Fang Yuan was inside the nebula grindstone. He was not anxious, he smiled leisurely. Star Path Immortal Killer Move Star Snake Rope. At the edges of the nebula grindstone, 6 ropes shot out. The ropes were thin, they were made from dense dark blue starlight. The ends of the ropes were in the shape of snake heads. The 6 ropes were like 6 spiritual snakes that shot out like lightning as if they were pouncing on their prey. After which, they wriggled about and wrapped around the body of the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf. Sir He Langzi, where are you going? Please come in and fight. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. The nebula grindstone moved rapidly. Cooperating with his strength, he pulled the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf into the nebula grindstone. These 2 immortal killer moves can be used together. This is a good tactic. At once, even Hui Fengzi's eyes shined with a sharp light. Chapter 884. When the star snake rope was used with the star cloud grindstone, its power would increase exponentially. Even though the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf was an ancient desolate beast, it did not specialize in strength. He Langzi's transformation was not perfect either. Thus, under the pull of the 6 star snake ropes, he struggled to no avail. Eventually, he was pulled back by Fang Yuan. He Langzi was trapped in the star cloud grindstone. Starlight attacked him and grinded his wolf body, causing his skin and muscles to tighten as the pressure increased. At the same time, the 6 star snake ropes coiled around the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf's body. They shrunk and soon created dents in the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf's body. He Langzi could not even open his mouth. He only felt waves of force grinding against him. His bones were starting to creak. He Langzi was not flustered. Thoughts flashed in his mind. My transformation only has the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf's speed. Its defense and strength are insufficient. And this person in front of me has a deep soul foundation. Earlier, I used the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf transformation to scratch him, but he was completely fine. This means that the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf's soul-damaging attack is not effective against him. In an instant, He Langzi understood. Even though the wolf's mouth was tied up, this did not stop He Langzi from using his Jiyu worms. He shouted at Fang Yuan, "Since you are courting death, I will grant you your wish." As he said that, lightning exploded. Large amounts of lightning shot in all directions. Rumble. Balls of lightning and thunder were exploding violently. Fang Yuan's 6 star snake ropes were submerged in the lightning and thunder. They first broke apart inch by inch before completely disintegrating. He Langzi regained his freedom. His body was bathed in lightning. He raised his head and howled. Howl. A few breaths of time later, the lightning dissipated. The wolf's howl also stopped. What appeared was no longer the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf. It was a lightning flash giant wolf. This was also an ancient desolate beast with rank 7 battle strength. The giant wolf was the size of an elephant. It was covered in blue fur. The tip of the wolf's fur had turned into a special blue crystal, emitting faint lightning. The fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf Yin Dove was thin and weak, but the lightning flash giant wolf was majestic. He actually turned all his Dao marks into the lightning Dao so quickly. It should be that thunder and lightning flashing earlier. I wonder what immortal killer move had such an effect. Fang Yuan's pupils constricted. He memorized this precious information. The next time he fought with He Langzi, Fang Yuan would try to destroy the immortal killer move and cause He Langzi's transformation to fail. Forget it this time. He Langzi would not give Fang Yuan this chance. Moreover, Fang Yuan knew that he would definitely lose this battle. It was just that the longer the battle dragged on, the better. They were rank 7 GU immortals after all, experts who had been famous for a long time. He was also from Northern Plains. His battle strength surpassed the other 4 regions. But Fang Yuan only had a 6th revolution star path cultivation. This time, Fang Yuan mainly wanted to use actual combat to test vaguely familiar face. And many star path killer moves. After a while, boom. With a loud rumble, a lightning pillar soared into the sky and smashed through the nebula grindstone that was on the verge of collapse. Fang Yuan's azure blue robe was in tatters. There were countless injuries all over his body. Thankfully, these were injuries caused by the lightning. The wounds were charred black. There was no blood. This helped Fang Yuan conceal his weakness. The lightning flash giant wolf howled proudly. It spoke. Not a battlefield killer move. You want to trap me? Chmph. You are too naive, die. Saying so, it opened its mouth and spat out a lightning pillar. The lightning pillar shot towards Fang Yuan with an imposing aura. Fang Yuan's face shone with an eerie blue light, his eyes shined with a bright light, but he still maintained his calm demeanor. Hehe, it is not easy to kill me. Saying so, Fang Yuan's body shook and suddenly turned into 6 figures, flying away and causing the lightning pillar to miss its target. Star Path Immortal Killer Move 6 Illusion Star Bodies. One body turned into 6. Which one is the true body? Hui Fengzi had been observing the battle. Because he was wary of the Strength Path Gu Immortal hiding in the dark, he did not make a move. The 6 figures drew trails of blue starlight in the sky. They surrounded the lightning flash giant wolf and attacked together. At once, starlight flickered, countless mortal killer moves flew towards the lightning flash giant wolf. He Lang Zi activated his defense, resisting Fang Yuan's attacks as he retaliated. But after spending a lot of effort and killing one Fang Yuan clone, another clone would be created. He Lang Zi attacked left and right. He killed a total of 8 Fang Yuan phantom stars. It was quite a fruitful battle. But after Fang Yuan phantom stars were destroyed, they would be reborn again and again. They seemed to have endless power. There were still 6 Fang Yuan clones surrounding the lightning flash giant wolf and attacking it. He Lang Zi felt a huge headache. Here, he could only use immortal killer moves to defend and expend rank 7 immortal essence. But the enemy only used mortal killer moves. They expended Primeval essence. If this continued, he would be at a huge disadvantage. However, he had no choice but to defend. His physical body couldn't withstand such an indiscriminate bombardment. He attacked, but Fang Yuan's 6 phantom stars continued to grow. At once, Fang Yuan gained the initiative for the first time. He turned the situation around. At this time, He Lang Zi's investigative methods were being tested. Damn it, this lightning flash giant wolf has powerful attacks, but it is not good at investigative methods. Its speed is also not good. Even if I attack cloud building, I will be blocked by it. Do I have to turn back into the fragrant sorcerer yin statue wolf? He Lang Zi gritted his teeth. Transformation path GU cultivators could only transform a limited number of times in a certain period of time. This was because the transformation was successful, the Dao marks would change. When transforming into another life form, the Dao marks would be left behind. Transformation path GU immortals needed to use GU worms to cleanse their bodies and get rid of the remaining Dao marks, otherwise, they would be in great danger. Earlier, He Lang Zi could turn from the fragrant sorcerer yin statue wolf to the lightning flash giant wolf because he used a lightning path immortal killer move. This move not only attacked the surrounding star snake ropes, it also destroyed the soul path Dao marks on He Lang Zi's body. That was why He Lang Zi had the ability to transform into a lightning flash giant wolf. But if He Lang Zi wanted to turn from a lightning flash giant wolf to a fragrant sorcerer yin statue wolf, he did not have a soul path immortal killer move. Immortal killer move. It was very rare and precious, and it was very difficult to calculate. He Lang Zi was also someone who had a fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, with his identity as a rogue cultivator, he would not have achieved what he had today. It was a pity that he had obtained some inheritances. They were all quite incomplete. Unlike Xuesong Zi, who had died not long ago, he had obtained a complete snowpath inheritance from Qin Bai Sheng. He could use the immortal killer moves one by one. He was not like the current Fang Yuan, who had obtained the complete star path inheritance from Star Lord Wn Xiong. Star Snake Rope, Star Cloud Grindstone, and 6 illusion star bodies all used Starmark, Starlight, and Starshoot as the cores. They complemented each other and could be used smoothly. He Lulan tried all ways and means to use the mortal killer move Self-Strength Giant Phantom, transforming it into an immortal Dao level. She had the foundation, but she could not do it. Fang Yuan had Strength Path Grandmaster Attainment level and the Light of Wisdom. He did not dare to try deducing other Strength Path immortal killer moves. It was not that he could not succeed, but he would expend too much time and effort. He Lang Zi did not have a Wisdom Path foundation. It was even more impossible to deduce a suitable immortal killer move for him. Of course, with He Lang Zi's strength, he had to endure Fang Yuan's attacks. It was not impossible to slowly get rid of the lightning path Dao marks on his body. After all, his cultivation level was there. Fang Yuan's strength was not as deep as his. But that would drag on for a long time. Just as He Langzi was hesitating, Hui Fengzi suddenly attacked. Fang Yuan's attack stopped. He was shocked to see a jade feather floating above his head. When did I get hit? What immortal killer move is this? It actually discovered my true body. You actually found my true body? Fang Yuan was shocked. The moment Fang Yuan used 6 illusion star bodies, Hui Fengzi used his investigative immortal killer move. After discovering Fang Yuan's true body, he immediately used another immortal killer move to mark it. Hui Fengzi was fighting at the side, guarding against the hidden strength path GU immortals. But that did not mean he would not attack. Fang Yuan was fighting 1 against 2, and both of them were rank 7 GU immortals. The disadvantage was too great. Once Fang Yuan's true body was exposed, the lightning flash giant wolf chased after him. Without a choice, Fang Yuan activated Star Cloud Grindstone to block in front of him. But the lightning flash giant wolf was an ancient desolate beast. Lightning surged and destroyed several Star Cloud Grindstones. Fang Yuan quickly mobilized the other 5 star bodies to disturb He Langzi. If He Langzi was an ancient desolate beast, his attention would have been attracted. But he had human intelligence and intelligence. He ignored the star body's interference. He continued to attack Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan fell into a passive state. The Star Cloud Grindstone in front of him was pierced by the lightning pillar again. Behind the lightning pillar, the lightning flash giant wolf chased after him. Immortal killer move, position star transposition. Fang Yuan's body shined with starlight. He vanished on the spot and appeared somewhere else, replacing one of the 6 illusion star bodies. This was a movement killer move recorded in Star Lord Wn Xiong's inheritance. It could allow Fang Yuan to vanish at any time and replace one of the 6 illusion star bodies. After the replacement, the original phantom star body would vanish. Other than Fang Yuan's true body, there were only 4 phantom star bodies left. But soon, Fang Yuan willed and produced another illusory star body, standing beside him. The number of illusory star bodies in the field once again reached the maximum. At once, He Langzi's lightning flash giant wolf's mouth was wide open. He could not close it. Hui Fengzi's gaze was also dazed for a breath of time. Position star transposition and 6 illusion star bodies, these 2 immortal killer moves were closely matched. They seemed to be somewhat shameless. Hui Fengzi and He Langzi were speechless. Unless they had a method to counter it, or if they could dispel one of these 2-star path killer moves, the current Fang Yuan was quite difficult to deal with. Unfortunately, be it Hui Fengzi or He Langzi, they did not have a method to counter it. And to dispel an unknown immortal killer move, they needed a deep wisdom path foundation. It was not something that could be done in a short period of time. However, just as Fang Yuan and He Langzi were in a deadlock, Hui Fengzi finally made up his mind and attacked. Immortal killer move, wind escape. His body turned into a gust of wind, vanishing on the spot. At the next moment, he appeared at the cloud building, opening his mouth. Immortal killer move, death wind flying blade. The wind blade that Hui Fengzi spat out landed on the roof of the cloud building. The cloud pavilion only lasted for a breath's time before it was sliced into 2 by the sharp wind blade from top to bottom. Wind escape. The number 1 movement killer move in Northern Plains. In an instant, Fang Yuan recognized Hui Fengzi. He called out to the land spirit of Langya. Chapter 885. When Fang Yuan looked again, he found that he was in another cloud building. Plus Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. This was because he had the help of land spirit of Langya, otherwise, he would have been in danger. After all, among the enemies was Hui Fengzi. This person was known as the fastest person in Northern Plains. Even rank 8 GU immortals could not catch up to him. He once had the shocking achievement of escaping from Yarrow Huang, but danger did not mean it was impossible. Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel. As long as he could stall for 3 breaths of time, he could escape. No matter how fast Hui Fengzi was, it was of no use. There were only 5 cloud buildings left to begin with. Now that we have lost 2 cloud buildings, we did not have much time left. The other party has already attacked, the three of us will attack together. Land Spirit of Langya instructed with a solemn expression. When Land Spirit of Langya spoke, Fang Yuan also discovered that other than him and the Land Spirit, there was another Inkman Gu Immortal in the cloud building. Fang Yuan sized up this Inkman Gu Immortal. He had clear Inkman characteristics, black skin, white hair, a face full of wrinkles. He looked quite old. Didn't Inkman City only have one Gu Immortal, the Inkman City Lord Motan Sang? It seems this Inkman Gu Immortal should be the foundation of Inkman City. He usually hides himself very deeply. My information came from Fairy Li Shan, but I did not obtain any information about him. He only appeared when Lang Ya Blessed Land is in danger. Fang Yuan guessed. Inkmen are variant humans. Variant human races usually have few Gu Immortals. Inkman City being able to hide one Gu Immortal is already the limit. But then again, on the side of Inkman City, for the safety of Lang Ya Blessed Land, they sent out two Gu Immortals. They are quite staking it. This means that Motan Sang is quite confident in the Land Spirit of Langya. Fang Yuan could see the general trend from this clue. Just by looking at this Inkman Gu Immortal, he thought of many things. This Inkman Gu Immortal only nodded at Fang Yuan. He did not speak, as if he did not want to converse with Fang Yuan. It was no wonder. Fang Yuan had changed his appearance, but he was still a human Gu Immortal. In the current 5 regions, in the entire world, mutants were either being ostracized or being hunted, trained, or raised as slaves to be sold openly. The mutants were struggling at death's door. Northern Plains Inkman City. This was already considered an extremely rare and precious alien tribe. This was also because Inkman City lords had always been Gu Immortals for generations. Without the protection of Gu Immortals, how could there be Inkman City? It had long been conquered by the joint forces of various forces, big and small, and the slaves had been carved up. It could be said that without Gu Immortals, variant human races lived in small or miniature tribes, scattered in various corners of the world. It wasn't that the mutants didn't want to form medium-sized or large tribes. Usually, it was a calamity that attracted countless forces to hunt for slaves. This old Inkman Gu Immortal seemed to be extremely vigilant towards humans. Seeing Fang Yuan looking over, his expression changed. He only nodded slightly at Fang Yuan and remained where he was. He had no intention of coming over to talk. Fang Yuan also nodded. He needed to respond to him. Land Spirit of Langya, who was beside him, frowned deeply. He looked out of the window worriedly and suddenly said, "They came so quickly. They are pouncing on my cloud building. The situation is not good. It seems they have some kind of investigative method to deal with my 12-wave cloud confusion formation." Fang Yuan quickly cast his gaze over, but only saw the vast white fog. He knew that his investigative killer move was not effective. Land Spirit of Langya's words should not be false. Sure enough, after a few breaths of time, intense winds blew, pushing away the thick white fog and revealing a clear space. 2 enemy Gu Immortals stood proudly in the air. One wore a black robe and had a very good complexion, but because of the hidden injuries on his body, his expression revealed a sense of decline. It made people feel that although this person was elegant and confident, his body was weak, as if he was about to die. It was He Cheng. The other was dressed in armor. He had a broad back and a thin waist. His eyes were shining with a sharp light. He was also someone Fang Yuan was familiar with, rank 7 Gu Immortal Qin Baisheng. Fang Yuan immediately placed his attention on Qin Baisheng. In Fang Yuan's knowledge, this Qin Baisheng was extremely strong. He was at the same level as Central Continent's Shalei. If they were to fight, Fang Yuan believed that he would not be a match for him. One had to know one's own limits. One of the reasons why Fang Yuan could live for so long was because he knew his limits. He had the Strength Path Killer move Myriad Self and did not lack Immortal Yuan Stone. He also had a set of Star Path Immortal Killer moves that made up for his many shortcomings. But in a real battle, he might only be able to fight to a draw against people like Kanyang Larojun, He Lang Zi, Hui Feng Zi, and Free Scholar. Although he killed Shui Song Zi earlier, that was because his luck was good. His plan worked. Earlier, when he used Star Path battle strength to deal with He Langzi, even though the situation was in a stalemate, He Langzi's third immortal transformation was not forced out. In other words, He Langzi still had some strength left. Evidently, the land spirit knew Qin Bai Sheng's strength. His brows furrowed even tighter as he muttered, "Damn it, I was just lacking a bit of time. As long as I can stall for time, even a tiger will become a sick cat." He seemed to have some powerful methods, but needed time to prepare them. Unfortunately, the enemy did not intend to give the land spirit of Langya enough time. The enemy was already close to the cloud building. The land spirit of Langya had no choice but to resist. At the next moment, the land spirit turned around and said to the Inkman Gu Immortal at the corner, "Old Mo, go up and challenge them, try to stall for time as much as possible." "Yes, Lord Lang Ya." The Inkman Gu Immortal bowed slightly and flew out of the cloud building. "Fang Yuan, prepare to attack at any time." The land spirit of Langya turned around and instructed. Fang Yuan nodded, thinking inwardly, "With my Star Path methods, I can still contend with people like Hui Fengzi and He Langzi. It is basically impossible to win, but I can stall for time. But against Qin Bai Sheng, I have to use my full strength. Just relying on my Star Path cultivation is not enough." Just as he was thinking about this, an extremely strong pressure suddenly came from the front. "What is this?" The terrifying pressure caused Fang Yuan and the land spirit of Langya's expressions to change. They quickly looked over, but there was only a dazzling golden light in their vision. After the golden light faded, Qin Bai Sheng stood proudly in the air. Hei Cheng behind him looked at his back in shock. It was like he was looking at a monster. And in Qin Bai Sheng's hand was a head. It was the head of the Inkman Gu Immortal. As for this Gu Immortal's body, it had just landed on the ground. Qin Bai Sheng had actually killed a rank 6 Gu Immortal in a breath of time. How fast? What level of battle strength was this? Killing a Gu Immortal who was completely on guard, even if he was a variant human, was too terrifying. Even the experienced and knowledgeable Hei Cheng was stupefied at this moment. Although he had personally witnessed the scene of Hei Cheng suppressing He Langzi in one move. But suppressing and killing Gu Immortals were two different concepts. The opposing Gu Immortal had just flown out and was just about to speak. Qin Bai Sheng attacked. He did not even have the chance to speak. He did not even leave the other party. What was that move just now? The Gu Immortals and land spirit present could not see any clues. Terrifying. This Qin Bai Sheng's battle strength has already surpassed Shalei. He is on the same level as Feng Joga. "Quickly retreat!" Fang Yuan shouted at the land spirit of Langya. The land spirit of Langya also reacted at the same time. When Fang Yuan shouted, he grabbed Fang Yuan's arm and disappeared on the spot. What's going on? In another cloud building, Mo Tanzi was guarding. Seeing the sudden appearance of Fang Yuan and the land spirit of Langya, he was surprised. Fang Yuan's expression was extremely unsightly. He did not know the secrets behind Qin Bai Sheng, but the beheading just now. It left a deep impression on Fang Yuan. The land spirit of Langya was panic-stricken. He looked around. What do we do now? His body suddenly shook. He raised his head and looked towards the northwest. His gaze seemed to penetrate the cloud building, revealing a terrified expression. They are coming. They are charging towards us. What do we do now? Mo Tan Sang took a step forward. He looked at the stranger Fang Yuan. As expected, he did not recognize Fang Yuan's true appearance. Mo Tan Sang did not investigate Fang Yuan's identity. He asked the land spirit of Langya with concern. The land spirit of Langya did not reply to him. He was very anxious. This was the first time Mo Tan Sang had seen such a situation. Instead, Fang Yuan spoke with wariness, explaining to Mo Tan Sang in a heavy tone that Inkman Gu Immortal died. He did not even last one move. He was beheaded by Qin Bai Sheng. This battle strength is already on par with rank 8. Only when the difference in strength is too great can such an overwhelming result occur. What? Elder Mo is dead. He was killed by Qin Bai Sheng in one move? Mo Tan Sang's body shook. An expression of disbelief and shock appeared on his face. Soon, the shock on his face faded, and his gaze became dazed again. The old Inkman Gu Immortal's death was a heavy blow to Mo Tan Sang. Inkman City had a total of 2 Gu Immortals, now only Mo Tan Sang was left. The severity of their losses was evident. How can Qin Bai Sheng be so strong? Mo Tan Sang's forehead was soon filled with cold sweat. He was a mighty lord after all. After reacting, he immediately understood that he could only rely on the unfathomable land spirit of Langya. He took a step forward and asked the land spirit of Langya, Lord Land Spirit of Langya, what do we do? We cannot delay any longer. Your rank 8 immortal Gu house, refinement cauldron, cannot unleash its power and forcefully refine the immortal Gu of these Gu immortals. Rank 8 immortal Gu house. Refinement cauldron? This is the trump card of the land spirit of Langya. Hearing this immortal Gu house can forcefully refine other people's immortal Gu? Fang Yuan's heart shook when he heard this secret. Everything became clear. No wonder the land spirit of Langya could resist the invasion of so many Gu immortals. It was no wonder that even Feng Jioge would die here. With this rank 8 immortal Gu house, refinement cauldron, as long as they delayed for a period of time, the immortal Gu of the Gu immortals would be refined by the land spirit. But Gu immortals could only use immortal Gu and immortal killer moves here. If the immortal Gu were refined, then the Gu immortals could only be slaughtered. No wonder the land spirit of Langya could capture so many Gu immortals alive. A rank 8 immortal Gu house could refine the immortal Gu of other Gu immortals through the immortal aperture. This power was unbelievably strong, but thinking about it, it was not strange. Long-hair ancestor was the creator of 88-point Shenyang Tower. It was completely reasonable for him to create a rank 8 immortal Gu house, refinement cauldron. If I could forcefully refine Gu, I would have done it long ago. What to do? What to do? There is not enough time. The land spirit of Langya ran around the house as he shouted in a frenzy. Mo Tan Sang had helped defend against 2 waves of attacks. He had never seen the land spirit of Langya so flustered. His heart sank to rock bottom. Don't tell me that not only did I ruin the whole of northern plains, even Lang Ya blessed land has been affected and is going to be destroyed in advance. Fang Yuan had a heavy heart. Chapter 886. Celestial Court. There were many palaces, shining brightly. Heaven Overseeing Tower stood tall, for rank 8 Gu immortals, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, by Kang Shui, Lian Zhusheng, and by Chen Tian, stood in 4 different directions. The huge Gu formation drew a grand shadow in the air. Countless precious immortal materials were thrown into the air like the cheapest cabbages in the market. In the shadow formed by the refinement path Gu formation, these immortal materials were processed at an extremely fast speed. At this point, half of the success Dao marks obtained from the infallible inheritance had already been used up. The female Gu immortal by Kang Shui's gaze shined brightly as she looked at the refinement path Gu formation in the air. This was the first time she was participating in the restoration of Fate Gu, and also the first time she was seeing this refinement path Gu formation with shocking effects. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord held his walking stick. He had already noticed by Kang Shui's expression. He spoke, Fairy Kang Shui, if you want this refinement path Gu formation, you only need to pay 30,000 contribution points to obtain it. By Kang Shui's expression changed, she knew that Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's words had a deeper meaning. He was reminding her. This was the crucial moment of the restoration of Fate Immortal Gu. She could not look at the refinement path Gu formation and be distracted. I am ashamed. By Kang Shui bowed towards Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, sighing. This refinement path Gu formation is extremely profound and has incredible power. Even though I am not a refinement path Gu immortal, I know that this formation seems to have reached the fundamental profundity of refinement path. But it is like a poem that is only half sung. This Gu formation gives me a feeling of wanting more. It seems it can go a step further and become an immortal Gu house. He. Fairy Kang Shui's gaze was bright. But this Gu formation cannot be raised into an immortal Gu house. The white-haired young man, Lian Zhusheng, replied with a smile. Oh, why is that? By Kang Shui's gaze flickered, showing curiosity on her face. The main reason is that it lacks the most crucial core immortal GU. Fairy Kang Shui does not know. This refinement path GU formation is only an imitation of long hair ancestors' rank 8 immortal GU house refinement cauldron by predecessors of Celestial Court. Lian Ju Sheng slowly explained, revealing a secret and this refinement cauldron. Now, it is still preserved in Lang Ya Blessed Land, the core immortal GU are all there. Is that so? By Kang Shui's face dimmed. Immortal GU were unique, refinement cauldron still existed. Celestial Court's GU formation was not easy to upgrade. Of course. Indeed, he could start from scratch and redesign this GU formation, using other immortal GU as the core to achieve similar power. But this was very difficult. Back then, Long Hair Ancestor was able to complete 88-point Shenyang Tower and the immortal GU House Refinement Cauldron. Other than being a Refinement Path Great Grandmaster, there was another reason. And because he has a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster friend, Immortal Yi Yang. Lian Ju Sheng sighed. Immortal Yi Yang was the founder of the Prophecy of Three Venerables. A true Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster, his predictions were very accurate. Immortal Yi Yang, Long Hair Ancestor. By Kang Shui muttered and suddenly thought of something. Back then, why didn't they absorb Long Hair Ancestor into the Celestial Court? He was a Refinement Path Grandmaster. But he only had rank 8 cultivation level, he was not an invincible rank 9 GU Immortal. Even if he was a Northern Plains GU Immortal, our Celestial Court has our methods. We could change his Northern Plains aura to Central Continent aura. Indeed, there were only 3 people like Long Hair Ancestor in history. Back then, why didn't Celestial Court take him in? Lian Ju Sheng was also puzzled. Bai Chen Tian was silent. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord chuckled, his tone filled with arrogance. That is because Long Hair Ancestor is not a pure human, he is a hairy man from head to toe. No matter how strong he is, no matter how high his refinement path attainment is, he cannot enter Celestial Court. Celestial Court is the sacred land of us pure humans. How could such a low-level variant human enter? Oh, there was actually such a thing. Long Hair Ancestor was a hairy man. The other 3 GU Immortals looked at each other. This was the first time they had heard of such a secret. Northern Plains, Lang Ya Blessed Land. Originally, there were 5 cloud buildings, but 3 had already been destroyed, only 2 were left. On Qin Bai Sheng's side, Shuesong Zi died. On Land Spirit of Langya's side, an Inkman GU Immortal also died. Qin Bai Sheng burst out with terrifying battle strength, he was unstoppable as he charged towards Land Spirit of Langya, Fang Yuan, and Mo Tan Sang's cloud building, causing Land Spirit of Langya to be in a panic. What do we do? What do we do? The other party is too strong, we cannot hold on. Even though there are still 2 cloud buildings, we have already lost them. Damn it, so hateful. Do I have to let him out? No, if I let him out, I will be locked up. I wonder when I can come out again. I spent so much effort to build Lang Ya Blessed Land, who knows if that lunatic will raise it into a grotto heaven. That lunatic's ambition is too great, he will definitely bring destruction to Lang Ya Blessed Land. Land Spirit of Langya was fuming with anger, he was mumbling to himself to the point that it was almost nonsense. This gave Fang Yuan and Mo Tan Sang a sense of panic and anxiety. Fang Yuan was still fine, he had fixed immortal travel after all. But Mo Tan Sang was truly uneasy. That Inkman GU Immortal had already died, if he was also sacrificed, the hundreds of thousands of Inkmen in Inkman City would have an extremely worrying outcome. Without the protection of GU Immortals, the Inkmen in Inkman City would become a huge piece of juicy meat, countless jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards would fight for them. The Inkman citizens would have a tragic ending, they would become slaves and live in misery. Lord Land Spirit, you have to stay calm, we are depending on you. Long Hair Ancestor is a grand character who discussed Tao with a demon Venerable. Think about it carefully, you must have some methods to deal with the enemy. Mo Tan Sang approached Land Spirit of Langya and urged. Don't force me, don't force me. Land Spirit of Langya grabbed his hair and shook his head. Mo Tan Sang was even more anxious, he grabbed the Land Spirit's arm and shook his body. Land Spirit of Langya, quickly wake up. Land spirit of Langya seemed to have reached his limit. He suddenly raised his head and roared. Boom! A fierce power suddenly erupted from land spirit of Langya's body. Mo Tan Sang was caught off guard. He coughed out a large amount of blood like a broken gunny sack. He was ruthlessly pushed away. After crashing into the wall, he slowly collapsed. You are not land spirit of Langya? Mo Tan Sang's eyes were wide open. He shouted at land spirit of Langya in disbelief. Land spirit of Langya originally had white hair and a sage-like demeanor. But now, his appearance had changed greatly. His body had become majestic and mighty. He was about the same height as Fang Yuan's immortal zombie form. He had a stocky back and a bear's waist. The muscles on his body bulged. He was extremely intimidating. What was even more eye-catching was that his entire body was covered with thick long hair. The brown hair almost wrapped his entire body. A pair of eyes, filled with blood vessels, fangs protruding from the corners of his mouth. The corners of his mouth gradually curled up, revealing a devilish smile. In a blink of an eye, land spirit of Langya changed from a human old man to a muscular hairy man. Towards this change in land spirit of Langya, Fang Yuan was also extremely surprised. Immediately, he silently retreated a few steps. He stared at land spirit of Langya with vigilance. Immediately, he silently retreated a few steps, his eyes staring warily at land spirit of Langya. Land spirit of Langya slowly raised his head. He looked down at Mo Tan Sang, who was sitting on the ground by the wall. His tone was filled with emotions. Why am I not land spirit of Langya? He, how many years has it been? Ever since that myriad tribulation, humph, because my power was weak, I was replaced by that weak fellow. Land spirit of Langya said until here. Suddenly, he raised his head and shouted, how many years has it been? He breathed in deeply, his face was filled with excitement and malevolence. He clenched his fists, the bulging muscles on his arms were thicker than Mo Tan Sang's thighs. I am finally back. Fang Yuan's brows were tightly furrowed, he was filled with doubts. He took a few steps back again. Here you two don't need to be suspicious. I am land spirit of Langya, I am the real deal. Land spirit of Langya suddenly raised his head, his gaze was sharp like a sword. It was directed at Fang Yuan and Mo Tan Sang. My main body is a hairy man. After I died, I had 2 obsessions. However, there was only one earth spirit, and these 2 obsessions were evenly matched. Neither could suppress the other. In the end, they could only combine into one, forming the land spirit of Langya. What you two saw was only the obsession that wanted to break space escape immortal Gu. Land spirit of Langya snorted coldly, explaining. 2 obsessions. Mo Tan Sang's expression froze. Fang Yuan was much faster than him. He immediately asked. Then, land spirit of Langya, what is your condition? Earlier, for the land spirit of Langya to acknowledge him as its master, the condition was to unravel the mystery of why space escape immortal Gu could not enter the space cave. Fang Yuan definitely could not achieve that. But now, the land spirit of Langya's appearance had changed. According to him, it was a different obsession. Then the condition would definitely be different as well. Me. You don't have the qualifications to make me acknowledge you as my master. The hairy man land spirit of Langya stared at Fang Yuan. His tone was much more arrogant and domineering than when he spoke to the old man. Why do I not have the qualifications? Fang Yuan was not angry. The land spirit of Langya crossed his arms, smiling arrogantly. My ambition is to let hairy men rule the world. Any variant human, including a pure human like you, will have to crawl under the feet of us hairy men. You will become the slaves of us hairy men, you will have to beg for our favor, you will be as lowly as an ant. Any hairy man who can achieve this goal will be the owner of the land spirit of Langya. Ha ha ha. Mo Tan Sang was dazed. Fang Yuan was speechless. No wonder he did not have the qualifications, because Fang Yuan was not a hairy man. He did not even have the qualifications to participate. 2 obsessions. Theoretically speaking, it's not impossible. No wonder long hair ancestor is called long hair, he is a hairy man. So that's it, long hair ancestor is extremely talented, but in history, there are no records of him being recruited by the celestial court. No wonder. I once tried to buy hairy man slaves from the land spirit of Langya, but he rejected me with a firm attitude. Fang Yuan started to believe the words of the land spirit of Langya. After all, from start to finish, he had personally witnessed the entire process, through the appraisal of more than 10 investigative killer moves. This means that after Long-Hair Ancestor died, he had 2 obsessions. One was the Refinement Path obsession. It was related to Space Escape Immortal GU and Great Dream Immortal Venerable. The other obsession was the obsession of the race. Long-Hair Ancestor was a hairy man. He felt that hairy men were oppressed by humans. That was why he had such an intense obsession. Fang Yuan's expression became even more solemn. The land spirit of Langya in front of him not only changed in appearance, his temperament had also changed. Their previous friendship was no longer useful. Then now, what attitude would the new land spirit of Langya have towards the pure human Fang Yuan? Chapter 887. Don't be nervous, kid, I won't attack you. The land spirit of Langya stared at Fang Yuan with his tiger-like eyes, before adding in a playful tone, even though you have taken advantage of me. Those were fair transactions in the past. Fang Yuan's expression stiffened, immediately denying it. Mate, you were able to grow to your current level, you have indeed taken a lot of resources from that weak fellow. But I don't mind, we can even continue to cooperate. The land spirit of Langya said coldly. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes, seemingly in disbelief. Don't you want to overthrow the human race and establish the hegemony of the hairy man race? Of course. The land spirit of Langya did not hesitate, immediately replying, but rice needs to be eaten mouthful by mouthful, the road needs to be walked step by step. To realize my ambitions, I need to recognize the reality. Even if my main body is alive, I need to disguise as a human. To realize the hegemony of the hairy man race, cooperation with you humans is essential. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with astonishment. This new land spirit of Langya in front of him, although his ambitions were unrealistic, his actions were rational, he had a clear understanding of his surroundings and himself. While the two were talking, Mo Tan Sang quietly got up and healed his injuries. My plan is foolproof. The land spirit of Langya's eyes flashed with a bright light. He said slowly in a low voice, first, I will use benefits to gather a group of human GU immortals. Using humans to deal with humans, I will disintegrate the human camp from the inside. I will recruit these human GU immortals and train them to become the hunting dogs of my hairy man race. You are one of my targets. Ahahaha. Towards the end, he pointed at Fang Yuan. He raised his head and laughed loudly. Fang Yuan, Mo Tan Sang, the land spirit could not lie indeed, he actually exposed his own scheme. It was all expose. At the next moment, the land spirit of Langya also realized something was amiss. His loud laughter came to an abrupt end, he rubbed his chin, a look of regret flashing across his face. Oh no. Once he was happy, he told everyone about the plan. Fang Yuan, Mo Tanzang, as for you, Inkman GU Immortal. At this moment, the land spirit of Langya's gaze shifted from Fang Yuan to Mo Tanzang. I'm not that weak fellow who is afraid of being exposed. I have refused to cooperate with you many times. I'm very interested in all the collaborations you've proposed. Especially those who had subverted human clans and schemed against human forces. Speaking of which, the human race is too powerful. Facing the current human race, we mutants are natural allies. Cooperate with my hairy man clan, your Inkman city will develop even faster and continue to grow stronger. Mo Tan Sang's injuries were not serious, and he recovered quickly. Hearing the words of the land spirit of Langya, Zhong Hanyang nodded. Mo Tan Sang suddenly had a feeling that the bitterness was over and the good was about to come. He glanced at Fang Yuan discreetly. He still did not know that this Star Path GU immortal in front of him was the Fang Yuan that he knew. Ha ha ha. The land spirit of Langya thought of a good idea, and started laughing loudly again. These idiotic ink men. That's right, to let my hairy man clan become the overlord, we need to make use of these ink men, feathermen, and others. Wait until the day we succeed. Then we will demote these clans to slaves, and squeeze out their value. Of course. These ink men of Inkman City can be treated differently. After all, they are descendants of immortal Yi Yang's bloodline. We can support them to become the puppet kings of the ink men, Haha. This idea is too good. Fang Yuan, Mo Tan Sang, the land spirit of Langya saw their speechless expressions, and was slightly stunned. Before his expression turned solemn, his hand rubbing his chin. I accidentally spoke my mind again. Fang Yuan completely relaxed. How could someone like the land spirit of Langya become the overlord of hairy men? Mo Tan Sang covered his face with his hands. Even though he was an ink man and not a hairy man, he still felt embarrassed for the land spirit of Langya. Qin Bai Sheng quickly got close. The cloud building was already within his attack range. There is a land spirit and 2 GU immortals in the building. Qin Bai Sheng had an outstanding investigative immortal killer move. He immediately found out many details about Fang Yuan's side. Qin Bai Sheng squinted his eyes. He suddenly slowed down his speed and swung his right hand forward. Boom! Golden light burst out, and a huge shadow of a giant golden hammer took shape in an instant. It suddenly shot out, crushing toward the cloud pavilion. Chi waves surged. The golden hammer shadow had an intimidating aura. It was even larger than the cloud building. The cloud building, which was originally quite large, immediately became thin under the golden hammer shadow. Metal Path Immortal Killer Move City Shattering Hammer. How dare you! At the next moment, a figure rushed out of the cloud building, shouting furiously. It was the land spirit of Langya. The land spirit did not dodge. He faced the giant golden hammer head-on. The moment his thick arms made contact with the city-shattering hammer, dozens of GU worms appeared and surrounded the land spirit's body. Rule Path Immortal Killer Move Clear Space. In an instant, the giant golden hammer shadow disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared before. Only the golden hammer shadow was left. The chi waves created by the attack lasted for a long time. Land spirit of Langya. Seeing the land spirit of Langya's change in appearance, even the mysterious shadow sect's vice leader Qin Bai Sheng showed a strange expression. He asked with uncertainty. It is me. The land spirit of Langya shouted furiously. After destroying the golden hammer, he did not give up. He directly charged towards Qin Bai Sheng. He was indeed different from the land spirit of Langya. His temperament was simply two extremes. He was very valiant and full of battle intent. Fang Yuan and Mo Tan Sang were on tenterhooks as they watched from the back. The land spirit was the symbol of this world. It was the most important thing for GU immortals to attack blessed lands. Normally speaking, the land spirit would hide itself and use the entire blessed land to deal with the invading enemy. After all, the land spirit could control the blessed land. Once it was captured or destroyed, the difficulty of attacking the blessed land would fall sharply by several levels. But the land spirit of Langya, who had turned into a hairy man, was different. He directly attacked. Even though Qin Bai Sheng had displayed extremely powerful battle strength, the land spirit of Langya was not afraid at all. Hei Cheng, who was at the side, was first stunned, then he laughed. He felt that with Qin Bai Sheng's strength, the land spirit of Langya had taken the initiative to attack. He was simply walking into a trap. But as the person involved, Qin Bai Sheng, his expression was solemn. Since invading Langya blessed land, this was the first time he retreated explosively. He mainly cultivated Soul Path. He also cultivated Metal Path. His most useful immortal killer move, Soul Suppression, was useless against the land spirit of Langya. Soul Suppression was Qin Bai Sheng's method of using his own soul to suppress his opponent's soul. The difference in Soul Foundation caused the immortal killer move Soul Suppression to have an astonishing effect. Earlier, in Luo Po Valley, Qin Bai Sheng had used Soul Suppression to suppress He Langzi, who had turned into a giant wolf. And just now, Qin Bai Sheng had used Soul Suppression again, suppressing that Inkman GU immortal until he could not move, and then used a Metal Path Killer move to behead the Inkman GU immortal. But against the land spirit of Langya now, Soul Suppression had no effect at all. Why? Because the land spirit of Langya was a special existence. He did not have a soul. He was only a type of postnatal spirit formed from the combination of his obsession and heavenly power. His body was between illusion and reality. He did not have a real body. Nor did he have a soul. To make an analogy, it was like cursing someone. Qin Bai Sheng had soul suppression. He could speak like a river. He could directly curse someone to death. But the land spirit of Langya did not understand his language at all. Even if he cursed harshly, To the land spirit of Langya, it was like a gentle breeze. Because the land spirit did not understand at all. Qin Baisheng was well aware of this point. And because this land spirit of Langya was too strange, he chose to retreat. He wanted to see what the land spirit of Langya was planning. Once Qin Baisheng retreated, the land spirit of Langya's aura surged, he became even more unforgiving. Immortal killer move, Great Thousand Spears. Immortal killer move, Triple Desolation. Immortal killer move, Chaotic Lightning Starfire. Countless golden spears shot out, forming a dense forest of spears that shot towards Qin Baisheng from all directions. Qin Baisheng quickly defended himself, his entire body seemed to be covered by a giant pillar. A 5-clawed golden dragon coiled around the giant pillar. The golden dragon pillar temporarily blocked the endless Great Thousand Spears, but Qin Baisheng's hair was covered in a layer of white frost, his lifespan was instantly reduced. This was the ability of Time Path Killer Move Triple Desolation. Great Thousand Spears were like a torrential storm, they were aggressive and unstoppable. Triple Desolation was mysterious and hard to defend against. Among them were sparks and sparks, they were chaotic and disorderly, but they were able to drill into the golden dragon pillar of light, burning and exploding on Qin Baisheng's skin. The land spirit of Langya raised his head and roared. Countless GU worms on his body disappeared and reappeared. After they were used, they disappeared again. Immortal GU and countless mortal GU appeared one after another. Immortal killer move, Yellow Wood Rustling. Immortal killer move, Defeat Blood Flying Smoke. Immortal killer move, Immortal Slaughtering Beheading Blade. Wood Path Killer Move, causing withered leaves to fly in the air. Blade Path Killer Move, Unstoppable. The blade light was bright and unstoppable. There was even a blood path killer move, a blood-red smoke coiled around Qin Baisheng's waist. Qin Baisheng was busy defending himself, he had no choice but to retreat. The land spirit of Langya roared again, chasing after him relentlessly. All sorts of mortal GU and immortal GU appeared on his body, rapidly changing positions. Immortal killer move, Shattered Ice Armor. Immortal killer move, Chaotic Hole Drill. Immortal killer move, Wishful Shadow Sword. Ice Path, Space Path, and Dark Path killer moves erupted one after another. Qin Baisheng was busy defending himself, he had no choice but to retreat again. The more Lang Ya land spirit advanced, the stronger his aura became, his immortal killer moves were unleashed like floodwaters. Qin Baisheng was forced to retreat repeatedly in an instant. The more Qin Baisheng retreated, the more passive he was, while the land spirit of Langya was getting crazier. One advanced and one retreated, they fought for tens of li in one breath. He Cheng, Fang Yuan, and Mo Tan Sang, who were watching the battle, were dumbstruck. Lang Ya Blessed Land's foundation was extremely deep, it had many immortal GU, Long Hair Ancestor did not lack immortal killer moves, he also had Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, he had accumulated a huge amount of immortal essence. Lang Ya land spirit's indiscriminate bombardment was completely able to support him due to his large family and large business. Fang Yuan even suspected that the land spirit of Langya could fight for 3 days and 3 nights without rest. Chapter 888. Bam Bam Bam. Countless immortal killer moves appeared one after another in the hands of land spirit of Langya. Times Wood Path, Fire Path, Water Path, Ice Path, Space Path, Time Path, and other attacks were like fireworks in the sky, they were dazzling but contained fatal danger. Even someone as strong as Qin Baisheng could only defend for a moment, he could not retaliate. Is this still a land spirit? It is too ferocious. He Cheng watched as Qin Baisheng was suppressed, and the land spirit of Langya roared as it chased after him, his throat turned dry. Are you done messing around? Suddenly, Qin Baisheng let out a long cry. In the sky, a sun-like golden radiance blossomed. The golden light was so dazzling that people could not look at it directly. Boundless heat gushed out along with the golden light, filling the sky and earth in the blink of an eye. The temperature rose rapidly, heaven and earth were about to evaporate. Soul Path and Metal Path, Dual Path Immortal Killer Move, Burning Soul Supreme Gold. The land spirit of Langya was very special, it did not fear the burning of the soul, But Burning Soul Supreme Gold was an extremely rare and precious immortal killer move that combined offense and defense. Once this move was used, Qin Bai Sheng seemed to have turned into a miniature sun. He shone upon the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He was like the ruler of heaven and earth. All of the attacks of the land spirit of Langya were disintegrated. If it were an ordinary opponent, with the land spirit's crazy attacks, they might really be able to kill the old master. But his opponent was not an ordinary GU immortal. He was the vice-envoy of Shadow Sect, Qin Bai Sheng. Qin Bai Sheng blocked countless killer moves, slowly accumulating some time to catch his breath. He finally found a chance to erupt. Once he made a move, the attacks of the land spirit of Langya suffered a severe setback. Next, he would use a powerful counterattack. Compared to him, the land spirit of Langya had many advantages. Its foundation was deep and powerful. But it was not a GU immortal after all, it lacked battle wisdom. For example, these immortal killer moves that he used. Even though they were powerful, they did not coordinate with each other. There were even internal disturbances that expended a lot of power. In this regard, Fang Yuan was better than him. Whether it was the combination of the nebula grindstone, the star snake rope, or the combination of the 6 illusionary star bodies and the position shift, they were all enough for him to learn from the land spirit of Langya. Land spirits were after all just an obsession left behind by a GU immortal after death. It was a special existence formed by the mighty power of heaven and earth. If the land spirit had Fang Yuan's intelligence, once it had the advantage just now, Qin Bai Sheng would not be able to turn the situation around. However, the land spirit was not Fang Yuan, so Qin Bai Sheng waited for the right time to counterattack. The scorching soul supreme metal had become the turning point of the battle. The land spirit of Langya's attack was blocked. Qin Bai Sheng immediately seized the initiative and did not hand over the initiative. The situation of the battle had completely reversed. The land spirit of Langya retreated step by step and was suppressed by Qin Bai Sheng. Qin Bai Sheng's attack frequency was less than 10% of the land spirit of Langya. But every time he attacked, every immortal killer move had good coordination with each other. It was like layers upon layers of traps that restricted the land spirit of Langya. The deeper he sank, the more he could not turn the situation around and wait for any opportunity. Qin Bai Sheng had rich battle experience. His methods were extremely shrewd and ruthless. His steadiness was accompanied by ruthlessness. The eyelids of Fang Yuan, He Cheng, and Mo Tan Sang were twitching. What do we do? The land spirit's defeat is already set. Mo Tan Sang asked Fang Yuan with an anxious expression. Fang Yuan did not reply. He had a hesitant expression. The land spirit of Langya charged out without even saying a word, risking its life. It was simply stupid. The land spirit was not afraid of Qin Bai Sheng's soul pressure, but Fang Yuan and Mo Tan Sang were completely countered by this move. Unless they had a method to counter it, or if they could break this soul path killer move. At once, Fang Yuan fell into a predicament similar to when Hui Fengzi and He Langzi faced the shameless combination of 6 illusion star bodies and position star transposition. Mo Tan Sang glanced at Fang Yuan. Seeing that this unfamiliar GU immortal had no intention of joining the battle, he could not help but feel anxious. The land spirit of Langya was unreliable and had boundless ambitions. It wanted to enslave all the Ink Men. But Mo Tan Sang was a formidable character. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he used Ma Hongyun's influence to revitalize the Ink Man race. Even if the land spirit of Langya's thoughts were 100 times more arrogant, so what? To Mo Tan Sang, the brand new land spirit of Langya was more beneficial to the Ink Man race than the previous land spirit. Cooperating with him had great prospects. Mo Tan Sang was moved. But Qin Bai Sheng was too strong. Mo Tan Sang did not want the land spirit to die, but he was wary of Qin Bai Sheng. He wanted to drag Fang Yuan down with him. Fang Yuan was unmoved. Such a huge change in the land spirit of Langya might be an opportunity for Fang Yuan. However, Fang Yuan was a vigilant person. He did not want to take excessive risks. In the past, he took risks because he had no choice, or the benefits were too great. Now, he wanted to save the land spirit. It was indeed an opportunity, but the risk was too high. Different from Mo Tan Sang. Once the land spirit was destroyed, Mo Tan Sang would be trapped. He had to fight even if he did not want to. Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel, he could retreat. Thus, he decided to watch from the sidelines for now. Boom! The land spirit of Langya was directly hit by Qin Bai Sheng's attack. Its entire body was sent flying like a rubber ball, rapidly crashing into the thick cloud soil on the ground. The cloud soil was soft to begin with. The land spirit of Langya sank deep into the cloud soil, creating a huge crater. It wanted to teleport away, but found that its entire body was bound by a dazzling golden chain. The land spirit struggled intensely, but could not move. It's over. Qin Bai Sheng's face was solemn, leisurely flying above the land spirit, his cold eyes looking down at the land spirit beneath his feet. Qin Bai Sheng retracted all of his aura, his hands formed palms, slowly putting them together in front of his chest, like an old monk meditating. At the same time, he slowly lowered his head and closed his eyes. He is preparing something. Now is the best time to save the land spirit. Mo Tan Sang felt something was amiss, and immediately shouted. Fang Yuan turned a deaf ear, his eyes staring at Qin Bai Sheng. He was secretly shocked. This starting stance, could it be the legendary move? In the battle just now, Qin Bai Sheng was like a ferocious tiger coming out of the mountains, a heavenly dragon wreaking havoc in the seas, unstoppable. Now with his palms together, his head lowered and eyes closed, he was like a piece of dead wood. There was no aura. The two states formed a stark contrast. Slowly, Qin Bai Sheng's right palm, 5 fingers pressed against his left palm. As if he was squeezing something precious, his right palm slowly clenched into a fist. Next, his left palm remained at the same spot, while his clenched right fist slowly rose, from his chest to his shoulder, to his head, before finally stopping above his head. Qin Bai Sheng's eyes were closed, there was no wind or ripple on his face as he lowered his head. His aura was completely restrained. His left palm was placed vertically at the center of his chest, while his right hand was clenched into a fist and raised above his head. Mo Tan Sang did not know what was going on, but he knew that Qin Bai Sheng would not act without thinking. Once he used this move, heaven and earth would collapse, even gods and ghosts would be shocked. The land spirit of Langya sensed the greatest danger, it struggled with all its might. The gold coiling around its body shattered, showing countless cracks. But it was already too late. That's right, it is that move. Sword Immortal Bo Qing's legendary move. Famous in Central Continent. Qin Bai Sheng is a Northern Plains GU Immortal. How can he know it? Fang Yuan gulped, he felt extremely stifled. He did not dare to save it. Sword Path Immortal Killer Move 5-Finger Fist Heart Sword. 1 finger. Qin Bai Sheng suddenly raised his right thumb. His right fist that was raised above his head suddenly shot out a sword light. Fast. 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 The sword light was extremely fast. It was unimaginable. The moment it shot out, it hit the land spirit of Langya's forehead. The land spirit of Langya struggled intensely. In an instant, this sword light pierced through his skull. He suddenly stopped moving, his body was stiff like a statue. He looked at Qin Bai Sheng who was in the sky with a dazed expression. But at the next moment, the land spirit of Langya struggled even more crazily like it was electrocuted. If it was Fang Yuan, even if he was an immortal zombie, he would have died from this attack. But the land spirit of Langya was a special existence, it did not have any fatal weakness. But this attack caused him to suffer heavy injuries. The solid head started to turn blurry. 2 fingers. Qin Bai Sheng raised his right index finger again. The second sword light shot out from his fist, it was as fast as before. The sword light pierced through the land spirit of Langya's right arm. The land spirit of Langya screamed miserably, its right arm immediately turned blurry. 3 fingers. The third sword light pierced through the land spirit of Langya's left arm. The land spirit of Langya screamed miserably, its left arm actually started to dissipate. Quickly save him, once the land spirit of Langya dies, we are all finished. Mo Tan Sang shouted anxiously. Fang Yuan's gaze was solemn, his body was like steel, he did not show any signs of saving the land spirit of Langya. Clusters of star cloud millstones appeared in front of Fang Yuan one after another. If the battle situation did not turn for the better, Fang Yuan had already decided to use fixed immortal travel to escape from Langya Blessed Land. 4 fingers. At this time, Qin Bai Sheng raised his right ring finger. Save me. The land spirit of Langya could not stay calm, it screamed with all its might. Let's fight. Mo Tan Sang shouted at Fang Yuan. He immediately flew out and used his killer move to attack from afar. But the 4th sword light had already shot out. Clang. A sharp sound of impact suddenly came from the deep pit. A figure stood in front of the land spirit of Langya, blocking the 4th sword light. This aura, it is a rank 7 GU immortal. Fang Yuan was still in the cloud building. He sensed the unfamiliar aura, bright light flashed in his eyes. This was a variable. As he expected, Langya Blessed Land still had other trump cards. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Next, 8 black figures appeared out of nowhere, piercing through the air and appearing near the deep pit, protecting the land spirit of Langya. Mo Tan Sang quickly stopped in his tracks. He took a look and cried out, "So many hairy man GU immortals?" Reinforcements had arrived. The 9 GU immortals were all hairy men. Among them, the hairy man GU immortal who saved the land spirit of Langya was the only rank 7, the other 8 hairy man GU immortals were all rank 6. He Cheng's expression changed. He said in disbelief, "How can this be? With so many hairy man GU immortals, the advantage in numbers was immediately reversed." Mo Tan Sang showed joy on his face. Fang Yuan, however, frowned. To be able to obtain such protection from hairy man GU immortals, it seems this is indeed the land spirit of Langya. But it is completely different from the previous land spirit. Qin Bai Sheng slowly opened his eyes. He retracted his right fist and left palm, dispersing the 5-finger fist heart sword. His lips curled up into a victorious smile. From the start, he did not intend to eradicate the land spirit of Langya. Now that these hairy man GU immortals had appeared, it was exactly what he wanted. Something is wrong. Fang Yuan's brows were almost knitted into a knot. Between the 2 Langya land spirits, there are differences in temperament. No matter how stupid the previous land spirit was, he would not leave such a huge battle strength to seek help from an outsider like me. Fang Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He guessed Qin Bai Sheng's motive. Don't tell me, the other party's true motive is not Langya Blessed Land? Chapter 889. There were so many hairy man GU immortals in Langya Blessed Land, but why did the land spirit of Langya not let them show up? Fang Yuan guessed that the reason should be the rank 8 immortal GU house refinement cauldron. The human old man's land spirit of Langya was likely to have sent all of the hairy man GU immortals into the cauldron. Long hair ancestors' true identity was a hairy man. The land spirit of Langya loved hairy men like their own children. According to this line of thought, he did not want the hairy man GU immortals to suffer losses, so he arranged for them to stay in refinement cauldron. Most importantly, immortal GU houses also needed GU immortals to control them. Moreover, the more GU immortals controlled, the stronger the power of the immortal GU house. When Tai Bai Yunsheng was in Eastern Sea, when he attacked Yulu Blessed Land and met with difficulties, all of the GU immortals worked together to activate the immortal GU house Profound Ice House. This allowed Profound Ice House's power to be strong enough to break through the battlefield killer move and allow the GU immortals to escape safely. The more hairy man GU immortals there were, the stronger refinement cauldron immortal GU house would be, and the faster it could refine other people's immortal GU. Fang Yuan was almost certain, in the previous 3 waves of attacks, the land spirit of Langya had arranged for the hairy men to refine the immortal GU of the invading GU immortals and capture them alive. Now, in the 4th wave of attack, the enemy was stronger than expected. The land spirit of Langya in human form could not solve this problem, so he could only let another obsession appear to solve this problem. But this hairy man land spirit is also stupid. He is actually fighting himself, only summoning the hairy man GU immortals at the crucial moment of life and death. Fang Yuan shook his head as he observed the battlefield. Qin Bai Sheng, He Cheng, and the hairy man GU immortals fell into a temporary deadlock. Plop! Suddenly, The one who blocked the 5-finger fist heart sword killer move for land spirit of Langya was that rank 7 hairy man Gu Immortal. He fell to the ground. Da Mao? Da Mao? The hairy man Gu Immortals went into an uproar. She looked at him with a concerned gaze and exclaimed in surprise. Da Mao, what happened to you, Da Mao? A female hairy man Gu Immortal knelt beside Da Mao and hugged his upper body, but found that his body had been pierced by sword chi. He was already dead. Da Mao, you can't die. Great hair. The female hairy man Gu Immortal cried out. Her face was covered in tears. She had a mental breakdown. Mao, don't cry. Maybe Lord Land Spirit has a way. Mao, if you cry again, we want to cry too. Woo 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 woo. At once, in front of Qin Bai Sheng, many hairy man Gu Immortals turned around and went to Second Hair's side. He softly comforted her. Some hairy man Gu Immortals also shed tears. They were choking with emotions or sobbing softly. Fang Yuan and Mo Tan Sang were stunned. At this moment, they finally understood why the land spirit of Langya did not send these hairy men to the battlefield, but to the furnace. Because of the battle attainment of these hairy man Gu Immortals. He was simply trash. Oh, no. Calling them scum was too much of a compliment. The enemy was right in front of them. They were so weak that they were crying and had a mental breakdown. It seemed that these hairy man Gu Immortals were nurtured by the first land spirit of Langya as the purest refinement path helpers. They were skilled in Gu refinement, but they were even more unskilled in battle. The land spirit of Langya's expression was ashen. He broke free from the restraints and went to the dead hairy man Gu Immortal. After inspecting him, he sighed in pain and stretched out his hand, closing the eyelids of this rank 7 hairy man Gu Immortal who had died with grievances. Ah, no. The female hairy man Gu Immortal called Second Hair saw this and had a mental breakdown. After a cry, she pounced on Da Mao's corpse. Her eyes rolled back as she fainted. The other hairy man Gu Immortals saw this and quickly went to save her. Some of them even raised their heads and looked at Qin Bai Sheng with teary eyes, complaining, "Oh heavens, why are there such cruel and violent Gu Immortals like you? We have no enmity, why did you attack us? Why did you kill innocent Gu Immortals? Isn't it good to coexist peacefully?" Hearing this, Mo Tan Sang and Fang Yuan completely lost hope in these hairy men. These hairy man Gu Immortals seemed to have been protected by the previous land spirit of Langya too well. They were like flowers in a greenhouse. They had not experienced the cruelty of the outside world, and were focused on refinement path cultivation. In terms of battle, they were simply too weak. As long as you obediently hand over the immortal Gu House refinement cauldron, I will not harm you. Qin Bai Sheng sneered. Impossible. Don't even think about it. The land spirit of Langya raised his head and looked at Qin Bai Sheng angrily, rejecting him directly. His attitude was firm, he had no hesitation. Mph, you want to use refinement cauldron to forcefully refine our immortal Gu. Don't try such a childish idea on me, I won't give you time to do it. Qin Bai Sheng sneered, he paused as if he sensed something. He muttered, continuing, "Oh, are you ready? Then let's begin. This hindrance, destroy it first." Raising his voice, he glanced at the cloud building. Immortal killer move, city-crushing hammer. The huge hammer attacked. Fang Yuan quickly thought about it. He decided to be a coward first. He could not be the first to stand out now. However, the land spirit of Langya was not at its wit's end yet. Fang Yuan did not intend to retreat. Rumble. The cloud building behind him was like paper. It was destroyed by the city-crushing hammer. Fang Yuan flew out in a sorry state. By the time he appeared in everyone's eyes, his appearance had changed again. He had turned into a hairy man. Qin Bai Sheng snorted in his heart. He looked at Fang Yuan with deep meaning before shifting his gaze. The cloud building was destroyed. The fog in the sky dissipated. This was the last cloud building. The other one had been discovered by Hui Fengzi. It had already been destroyed. At this point, the 5 cloud buildings that Fang Yuan used to reinforce them were all destroyed. 12-wave cloud confusion formation was destroyed. White ground in the day. The sky was pure white. The cloud soil on the ground was pure white. Qin Bai Sheng looked around. He sneered in disdain, laughable disguise. At the next moment, he raised his head, looking at the sky. He was beaming with joy, his expression was arrogant. He stretched out his hands. He grabbed towards the sky, shouting with desire, "Come, refinement cauldron." At the same time, the mysterious black-robed Gu immortals and fairy Jiang Yu in the other two directions also attacked. They attacked the cloud soil on the ground. Crack crack. Thunderclaps erupted in the sky, and waves of lightning flashed. The clouds surged violently, and the void shattered into pieces. There was a loud rumble. It was as if a formless monster was using its sharp claws to tear the cloud soil under everyone's feet. The thick layer of cloud soil was torn apart like cotton, leaving an extremely huge crack. The crack pierced through everything, extending to the limits of the immortal's vision. This is. Mo Tan Zi's pupils shrunk. The true Lang Ya blessed land, such a grand creation, I only saw the surface. At this moment, even Fang Yuan was shocked. Through the huge crack, the immortals looked down. They saw that below the cloud soil was a vast ocean. In the ocean, there were 3 huge continents. These 3 continents. There were dense forests, towering mountains, and vast grasslands. There was a swamp shrouded in fog. Countless life forms lived on these continents. There were birds and giant dragons in the sky. There were sea monsters and fish in the sea, ants on the ground. Tigers and elephants. There were many life forms. They formed 3 extraordinary food chains on these 3 continents. On these 3 continents, hairy men were the only masters. They were the overlords. Countless villages and towns were scattered in the forests, grasslands, plains, and rivers of the 3 continents. There were even many hairy men exploring the sea. Their footprints were spread all over the islands in the sea. Here, hairy men worked from dawn to dusk, competing in Gu refinement. They competed with their conscience. They lived a life of being the rulers of the food chain. So the place I was standing on was just a white cloud above the blessed land. Mo Tan Sang's body shook. How can this be? There is such a vast space. Is this still a blessed land? Even grotto heavens are not so spacious. This Lang Ya blessed land has already surpassed most grotto heavens. He Cheng saw this and fell into complete shock. How did they do this? Lang Ya blessed land, this is simply another world. It far surpasses the usual form of blessed lands and grotto heavens. Fang Yuan was filled with doubts. At this moment, countless hairy men on the ground also raised their heads, looking at the cloud layer where Fang Yuan and the rest were. A shocking change has occurred in cloud cover continent. This legendary continent in the sky seems to have been torn in half. Quick, report this to the elders. The billions of hairy men fell into panic. When immortals fought, mortals panicked. Such a population. Fang Yuan's eyes widened slightly. He licked his lips and shouted in his heart, "How much wealth is this? Breathtaking, breathtaking." No wonder the land spirit of Langya had the ambition to rule the world. This is simply a hairy man empire. No wonder there are so many hairy man Gu immortals and so many outstanding hairy man Gu masters. These people must have been chosen from the vast number of hairy men. Rumble. The thunder in the sky became louder and louder. Countless lightning bolts struck the sky, interweaving like a net and spreading rapidly. Within the intense winds, Qin Baisheng stood straight like a spear, proudly standing in the sky. His clothes fluttered in the wind, like a battle flag fluttering in the wind. Space ruptured, and Gu worms appeared from within the ruptured space. These were the components of refinement cauldron. Seeing this, the land spirit of Langya knew he could not delay any longer. He shouted, "You want to snatch refinement cauldron? Wishful thinking. Form the battle formation." "Yes, Lord Land Spirit." The hairy man Gu immortals responded. At the same time, the land spirit of Langya transmitted secretly, "Mo Tan Sang, Fang Yuan, quickly enter the formation. Don't count on these hairy man Gu immortals. It will be up to the 3 of us later. As long as we hold on for a while longer, these people will die." Chapter 890. Hearing the land spirit of Langya's call, Fang Yuan's gaze flickered intensely. He hesitated internally. But in the end, he still moved towards the land spirit and the hairy man Gu immortals. Mo Tan Sang did the same as him. Battle formation, heavenly giant solar. The land spirit of Langya shouted, countless Gu worms appeared and were teleported, surrounding the land spirit and all the hairy man Gu immortals. Next, these tens of thousands of Gu worms that appeared suddenly burst out with dazzling silver light. The silver light was so dazzling that one could not look at it directly. Mo Tan Sang's attitude towards joining the land spirit was much more resolute than Fang Yuan. Therefore, when he saw this ball of silver light that was the size of a small mountain, he did not hesitate at all and plunged into it. Fang Yuan followed closely behind. Once he entered the silver light, Fang Yuan was pulled by the land spirit of Langya. He came to the center with Mo Tan Sang. The land spirit's expression was ashen. He nodded at Fang Yuan and Mo Tan Sang. Mo Tan Sang quickly expressed his loyalty. Lord Land Spirit, don't worry, in this battle, I, Mo Tan Sang, will represent Northern Plains Inkman City. I will do my best and fight to the death. I will stand by your side. Fang Yuan was silent. He only nodded at the land spirit of Langya. The other hairy man Gu immortals were standing around. They did not pay much attention to Mo Tan Sang. Instead, they looked at Fang Yuan, this hairy man Gu immortal of the same tribe. They gave him curious, friendly, and puzzled gazes. At the crucial moment, the land spirit of Langya did not criticize Fang Yuan for turning into a hairy man Gu immortal. Perhaps in his heart, he would even be secretly happy. After all, Fang Yuan's action was to get close to the hairy man tribe. No time for nonsense. The three of us will be the main attackers in the following battle. The land spirit of Langya said. Before he finished speaking, the silver light around them had already become extremely dense. It turned into silver metal liquid. Heavenly giant solar. Heavenly giant solar. Heavenly giant solar. Heavenly giant solar. The land spirit of Langya suddenly danced and shouted. After he shouted for the third time, the surrounding silver water suddenly exploded, revealing a space the size of a courtyard. In the space, light pillars of various sizes interweaved into a huge three-dimensional Gu formation. All the Gu immortals were separated by the land spirit of Langya. They each occupied a formation core of the Gu formation. At the same time, Fang Yuan, Mo Tan Sang, the land spirit, and the hairy man Gu immortals were covered in a layer of silver light. From the perspective of Gu immortal He Cheng, the land spirit of Langya's formation was very fast. Silver light shot out first before silver liquid gushed out. It was like a tidal wave, sweeping outwards. In the end, the silver liquid suddenly rolled back and solidified in an instant, forming a three-headed, six-armed metal giant that was hundreds of feet tall. Its entire body shone with a brilliant silver light. The giant slowly opened its eyes. Like a demonic god awakening, a formless aura burst out, enveloping the surrounding tens of li of the sky. This is actually an ancient battle formation. Fang Yuan was inside the space created by the silver giant. His vision was completely shared with the giant. He first saw He Cheng's shocked expression, then he saw that even Qin Bai Sheng had a slightly surprised expression. The land spirit of Langya, who was at the center of the formation core, smiled smugly, saying proudly, "My heavenly giant solar battle formation." Even in the olden antiquity era, it was the second strongest battle formation in the world. It was only below heavenly sage Jin Fan. In this battle formation, all of our powers are combined, as if we have fused into one. Our soul foundation overlaps, our immortal essence can be used together, with just a thought, others can sense it. Like this. They were not afraid of Qin Bai Sheng's immortal killer move soul suppression. Qin Bai Sheng's soul suppression killer move used his own soul foundation to crush others. But now, Fang Yuan and the rest were controlling the heavenly giant solar battle formation. It was as if the souls were stacked together. Even if Qin Bai Sheng's soul suppression had some effect, it could not be used to end the battle. Interesting, heavenly giant solar, to think that it is in long hair ancestors' hands. Qin Bai Sheng watched as the giant formed. He did not make a move. His reaction was a bit strange. He sized up the giant with a look of admiration. This is an ancient battle formation, the peak of formation path. It allows GU immortals to cooperate and gain battle strength. But because of historical reasons, this battle formation has already been lost in the river of time. To think that I would be able to see it today. He Cheng sighed, but it is not strange. Long Hair Ancestor is a famous person in history. He has the ability to collect such an ancient battle formation. Stop sighing, go deal with it. Qin Baisheng sighed lightly, ordering. He Cheng's expression froze. He looked at Qin Baisheng in disbelief. You want me to deal with this giant alone? After all, it is a giant formed by more than 10 GU immortals working together. Qin Baisheng snorted coldly. You saw it too. I am trying my best to obtain the immortal GU refinement cauldron. I cannot fight. Now is the time for you to perform. I am not hoping for you to defeat this giant, I just want you to block it. You have the immortal GU House Dark Prison. This is not difficult. If we succeed, not only will I heal your hidden injuries, I will even let you escape the danger of your lifespan ending. You will regain a large portion of your lifespan. Qin Baisheng's tone was filled with pressure and deterrence. At the same time, it contained benefits that He Cheng could not reject. He Cheng squinted, his breathing became rough. He was astute and shrewd, he knew that Qin Baisheng was using him as a pawn. Regarding this, He Cheng was furious, but also helpless. Because his weakness was in Qin Baisheng's hands. Qin Baisheng promised huge benefits, He Cheng had no choice but to comply. Inject immortal essence into the battle formation. Land Spirit of Langya commanded as he shouted, Heavenly Giant Solar, attack. Without a sound, the enormous silver giant suddenly moved and directly crashed towards Qin Baisheng. Because Qin Baisheng was trying to retrieve the rank 8 immortal GU House Refinement Cauldron, he could not move. Seeing that the silver giant was about to crash, He Cheng suddenly appeared, blocking in front of Qin Baisheng. He Cheng looked at the silver giant that filled his vision. He had a solemn expression as he flipped his hand. In his palm, a black pearl appeared. It was the size of a rice bowl. It was shining with black light, like a black crystal. Through the translucent surface, one could vaguely see that inside this black pearl, there was a pig-shaped beast sleeping soundly. This pig was an ancient desolate beast sharp tusk boar. It had rank 7 GU immortal battle strength. And this black pearl was He tribe's rank 6 immortal GU House Dark Prison. He Cheng first let out the sharp tusk boar, before entering the immortal GU House Dark Prison. Boom! With a loud sound, the silver giant collided with the sharp tusk boar. The pure and terrifying force caused the air to explode, creating a huge shockwave that spread in all directions. The ancient desolate beast sharp tusk boar cried out in pain. Its huge boar head was covered in blood, one of its sharp tusks was broken. In contrast, the silver giant took a few steps back. There was a dent in its chest. But soon, after a silver light rippled, the dent was healed. There were no visible injuries. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan and the other immortals who were controlling the silver giant felt their immortal essence expending several beads at the same time. That damned previous GU immortal, he turned a GU immortal's battle strength into a fool for no reason. Damn it! Land Spirit of Langya was very unhappy, he cursed himself. He was very unhappy with this attack. Even though the silver giant had the upper hand, it expended too much immortal essence. That attack earlier did not display the silver giant's true power. The main reason was because these hairy man GU immortals were dragging it down. Mo Tan sang, you will be the main attacker this time. Land Spirit of Langya shouted angrily, before instructing fiercely, use your signature killer move. Understood. Mo Tan sang immediately responded with a solemn expression. After 3 breaths of time, he used his attacking method in the formation. Chi Path Immortal Killer Move, Chi Explosion Roar. And in He Cheng's eyes, he saw the silver giant's neck suddenly turn. Its right head was aimed at the sharp tusk boar. The silver giant had 3 heads and 6 arms. The right head suddenly rippled with silver light. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a pitch-black head. On the head, there were many crystals that were sharp like spears, emitting cold air. The expression on the head's face also changed. Its eyebrows were raised, its eyes protruded as it stared angrily at the sharp tusk boar. Seeing such a head, a strong sense of danger rose from the depths of He Cheng's heart. He Cheng wanted to summon the sharp tusk boar to his side, but the black head had already opened its mouth. Roar! A thunderous explosion took place and echoed across the heavens and earth at that instant. Air was blown apart, sound waves spread out in all directions. Most of the power was concentrated on the sharp-tusked boar. Bam! Flesh and blood splattered, broken bones and organs flew everywhere. The sharp-tusked boar was an ancient desolate beast. It had rank 7 GU immortal battle strength, but under the sound wave attack, it only lasted for 3 breaths of time before it exploded, dying on the spot. Such power! He Cheng's expression changed. Fang Yuan was moved. An incredible ancient battle formation. It can actually amplify the power of an immortal killer move to such an extent. Mo Tan Sang and the hairy man GU immortals were shocked before becoming overjoyed. They could see the hope of victory. Although this attack consumed quite a few beads of their celestial core power, it was worth it since the battle was fruitful. He Cheng's heart was cold. Against this silver giant, even if he used Dark Arrow Immortal GU, it would not have much effect. But right after that, a wisp of hatred surged onto his face. Even though the sharp-tusked boar is dead, I still have the immortal GU House Dark Prison. He Cheng growled as he controlled Dark Prison to move like a meteor, exploding in the air as it crashed towards the silver giant. Immortal GU houses had both offense and defense. They were fortresses of war. They could not be underestimated. Immortal Killer Move, Star Cloud Grindstone. Immortal Killer Move, Might Mountain Shield. Immortal Killer Move, Fifth Earth Veil. Inside the silver giant, 3 GU immortals activated 3 defensive immortal killer moves at the same time. At once, 3 of the silver giant's 6 arms changed at the same time. Chapter 891. As the immortal GU House Dark Prison crashed towards the silver giant like a meteor. At this time, the silver giant's 3 arms started to transform. One of the arms opened its fingers as a star cloud spiral appeared in its palm. The deep blue spiral expanded rapidly. Soon, it expanded to 5 to 6 times the size of a normal star cloud grindstone. Its rotation was also 50 to 60% faster than before. The other arm was placed in front of its chest. Its forearm bones changed, forming a huge navy blue shield. This shield was so huge that it covered most of the silver giant's body that was hundreds of meters tall. The last arm had its fingers hanging down. It seemed to be holding a light yellow translucent veil. It was inconspicuous compared to the other 2. The immortal GU House Dark Prison tore through the air, getting close. The silver giant used the star cloud grindstone to block it. With a loud sound, Dark Prison was absorbed by the star cloud grindstone. The star cloud grindstone started to move rapidly, producing loud cracking sounds as it expanded and shrunk. After several changes, it exploded. The star cloud was destroyed. From the blue light fragments, the immortal GU House Dark Prison charged out like a raging bull. The silver giant used the navy blue shield to block it. Dark Prison crashed into the shield. After a few breaths of time, a large area of cracks appeared around the area where the shield and Dark Prison collided. The shield shattered. But after these 2 layers of defense, Dark Prison's attack was less than 30% of its original strength. Eventually, Dark Prison Immortal GU House crashed into the 5th Earth Veil. It was soft and powerless. It was like an arrow that had reached its limit. It landed on the silver giant's chest, but it only caused negligible damage. Even though Dark Prison was an immortal GU house, the only GU immortal using it was He Cheng. From this, the ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar was very similar to an immortal GU house. The more GU immortals that used them, the greater the power they could erupt with. But there was a difference between the 2. Immortal GU houses did not have strict requirements for the GU immortals' paths and cultivation level. But battle formations had specific requirements. For example, Heavenly Giant Solar Battle Formation required the GU immortals inside to cultivate the same path. This way, the power of the silver giant would be even greater, and it would be more agile and nimble to control. In this battle, Fang Yuan displayed star path strength, Mo Tan Sang was chi path, Land Spirit of Langya was a special existence, while the other hairy man GU immortals were refinement path GU immortals. In this situation, Heavenly Giant Solar's power had yet to reach its limit. Fortunately, there were so many hairy men as a foundation. Otherwise, if the paths were too messy, the silver giant wouldn't be able to take shape. This was only the requirement of Heavenly Giant Solar. Heavenly Giant Solar was the second strongest ancient battle formation. Its requirements weren't very strict. According to historical records, there were many other battle formations whose requirements were either tricky or strange. Normally speaking, it was very difficult to fulfill the requirements to form a battle formation. This weakness of battle formations was also one of the reasons why they gradually disappeared in history. Both were supreme attainments in formation path, but immortal GU houses were much more convenient than battle formations. This was a sign of the progress of the times. History rolled on. From ancient times to the present, there were countless heroes and extraordinary talents that emerged in every era. The wisdom of these people accumulated over generations, forming the current era of GU cultivation, where 100 schools of thought competed against each other. Even though many natural treasures, beasts, and plants from the remote Antiquity era and Olden Antiquity era were extinct, in this era, overall, it was far superior to the Olden Antiquity era. It was constantly improving. Materials and GU worms were only the foundation, the GU cultivator's wisdom was the key. Boom, boom, boom. Qin Baisheng placed almost all of his attention on the sky. His gaze was intense, he raised his hands and grabbed at the sky. Along with this action, thunderous explosions resounded in the sky, and pieces of space shattered like mirrors, revealing GU worms one after another. Then, under a formless and mysterious force, these GU worms were taken down and fell into Qin Baisheng's hands one by one. Qin Baisheng had an extraordinary aura, he could easily take down these GU worms. Right now, his aura was vast, he was like a heavenly deity fighting an immortal, plucking the moon and stars, he gave off a feeling of invincibility and respect. Collecting GU worms with him were the mysterious black-robed GU immortals and fairy Jiangyu from 2 other places. They are taking away my immortal GU house refinement cauldron, we cannot let them succeed. Otherwise, the entirety of Lang Ya blessed land will collapse. At the center of the battle formation, Land Spirit of Langya shouted anxiously. But it was useless. Even though the silver giant blocked immortal GU House Dark Prison's charge, it could not stop its interference. Several times, the silver giant tried to get close to Qin Baisheng under the Land Spirit's control, but was blocked by He Cheng. Boom. At this time, there was a loud sound, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. For the first time, an immortal GU appeared in the shattered space. Good. Qin Baisheng saw this and could not help but shout in joy. He stretched out his hand to grab it. Logically speaking, this immortal GU belonged to Land Spirit of Langya, but it could not resist at all. Qin Baisheng easily captured it and kept it. Evidently, Qin Baisheng had some special method to seize other people's immortal GU. Once this immortal GU was lost, there was a huge impact. Lang Ya blessed land shook, huge tsunamis appeared on the vast sea, crashing into the 3 continents in the sea. Far away, at the edge of the world, there was an intense collapse. Space shrunk, the seawater and living beings in this space all moved to the nearby sea area. Qin Baisheng obtained an immortal GU, but it actually caused such a huge reaction from the blessed land. Fang Yuan saw this scene and felt waves in his heart, he had some vague guesses. Stop right now. Land Spirit of Langya shouted anxiously. The other hairy man GU immortals were also very worried. Taking away the immortal GU would have a huge impact on Lang Ya blessed land, it was already threatening the lives of billions of hairy men in the 3 continents. But Dark Prison blocked the silver giant, and Qin Baisheng set up defensive methods around it. It was not so easy to disrupt it. Immortal GU were taken away by Qin Baisheng one after another. Lang Ya blessed land was collapsing everywhere, causing tsunamis, hurricanes, floods, and other natural disasters. The 3 continents lost millions of hairy men. This was a typical fight between immortals, mortals suffered. Fang Yuan saw this and was even more certain of his guess. Lang Ya blessed land's true space far surpassed ordinary blessed lands, it could compete with outstanding grotto heavens. But Lang Ya blessed land was only a blessed land. Then how did Land Spirit of Langya do it? Fang Yuan already knew that the environment of the immortal aperture was largely related to the Tao marks in it. Thus, he thought of it, Land Spirit of Langya seems to have a unique method to fuse immortal GU into the world of the immortal aperture. This way, the Tao mark fragments in the immortal GU would become the immortal apertures. This way, the immortal aperture would be greatly expanded. But now, Qin Baisheng forcefully took away the rank 8 immortal GU house refinement cauldron. If the immortal GU inside were lost, Lang Ya blessed land would lose a large number of Tao marks. This caused the environment to change and the space to collapse. Fang Yuan's guess was not wrong. Precisely because the immortal GU house refinement cauldron was embedded in this world, Lang Ya blessed land could use the Tao marks in the immortal GU to develop a vast space and produce countless resources. Its foundation was extremely deep. The previous Land Spirit of Langya had made a huge move. Refinement cauldron fused with the immortal aperture's world. This way, the entire immortal aperture would become the interior of refinement cauldron. All the living beings in the immortal aperture would be included in the refinement range of the immortal GU house refinement cauldron. Precisely because of refinement cauldron's help, the previous Land Spirit of Langya was able to nurture a large number of hairy man GU immortals. But there were huge drawbacks in doing so. Firstly, the immortal GU house refinement cauldron could not be moved. It would be like being trapped in the immortal aperture. Once they moved, the environment of the immortal aperture's blessed land would shrink drastically, resulting in huge losses. This was also the reason why the Land Spirit of Langya would rather use the ancient battle formation than take out the immortal GU house refinement cauldron. Get lost. The silver giant raised its palm and sent Dark Prison immortal GU house flying. Next, the giant charged towards Qin Baisheng. But at the next moment, Dark Prison immortal GU house flew back and crashed into the silver giant's right shoulder, knocking it away. This situation had already happened more than 10 times. He Cheng was on this pirate ship. He could not get off easily. He had to go all out now. Even though Dark Prison immortal GU house was heavily damaged in the battle, He Cheng gritted his teeth and persevered. It is useless. I can still persevere for a long time. Immortal GU houses are made from a few immortal GU and countless mortal GU. As long as the immortal GU are not damaged, I can replenish as many of these mortal GU as they are expended. If an immortal GU house could be destroyed so easily, would it still be called an immortal GU house? He Cheng shouted from inside the immortal GU house. You are right. Land Spirit of Langya spoke, agreeing to He Cheng's words. He Cheng was stunned. His expression changed. He found that many GU worms in his Dark Prison immortal GU house had been forcefully refined by Land Spirit of Langya. Among them, there were even 2 immortal GU. He Cheng was right. If an immortal GU house could be destroyed so easily, would it still be called an immortal GU house? Thus, even though the rank 8 immortal GU house refinement cauldron lost many GU worms and even lost some immortal GU, as long as the core was still intact, its power would only weaken. The ability to forcefully refine other people's GU worms would still be effective. Ha ha ha, 15 minutes is up. You have all lost. You have all lost. There are still 2 hairy man GU immortals in my refinement cauldron. With them guarding it, how will you snatch my immortal GU house? Land Spirit of Langya shouted, declaring victory. Lang Ya blessed land's foundation was truly deep. Even at this stage, there were still hairy man GU immortals who had yet to show themselves. But thinking about it, an important place like refinement cauldron had to have people guarding it. But at this time, Qin Baisheng smiled coldly. Are you sure? Before he finished speaking, 2 hairy man GU immortals descended from the sky, greeting Qin Baisheng. Greetings to Lord Vice Envoy. These 2 hairy man GU immortals who were guarding refinement cauldron were actually shadow sect spies in Lang Ya blessed land. With their cooperation, the rank 8 immortal GU house refinement cauldron would definitely be lost. Chapter 892. Land Spirit of Langya's expression changed. He looked at this scene in disbelief. 12th hair, 13th hair, what are you 2 doing? The hairy man GU immortals were shocked and furious. One of them shouted. As hairy men, you are helping the enemy and betraying your own tribesmen. This is unforgivable. Impossible. 12th hair and 13th hair are hairy men born in the blessed land. How can they betray us? This must be an illusion, don't be deceived by this. Some hairy man GU immortals could not believe it. Everyone's attention was on the two hairy man GU immortals, but they had arrogant expressions as they protected Qin Bai Sheng, showing an arrogant attitude of disdain. Their betrayal was a fatal blow to land spirit of Langya's side. Especially those hairy man GU immortals, their minds were in chaos, they could not control the battle formation. Hei Cheng obtained a precious chance to breathe. With the cooperation of the hairy man traitors, Qin Bai Sheng collected the GU worms at an even faster speed. Land spirit of Langya's expression was dark as the bottom of a pot, it was extremely unsightly. He clenched his teeth so hard that they creaked. He squeezed the words out from between his teeth, kill them all. Kill these two traitors among the hairy men, even if they betrayed us, immortal GU House Refinement Cauldron still has my will, it will not stop. It still has power, it is still operating. Everyone, the life and death of Langya blessed land is in your hands. We have no way out, kill them all. Land spirit of Langya tried his best to raise the morale of the hairy man GU immortals. No matter how naive the hairy man GU immortals were, they realized the danger of the situation, they made up their minds to fight to the death. The silver giant's aura was overwhelming, it regrouped and fought the immortal GU House Dark Prison again. After a few rounds, Dark Prison lost again and again. Inside Dark Prison, Hei Cheng's hair was messy, his eyes were bloodshot, he felt dizzy, his control of Dark Prison was reaching its limit. It turned out that this ancient battle formation had a flaw. That was, to make the battle formation display its power, the GU immortals needed to practice it beforehand. This was the first time Fang Yuan and the others had formed a formation. Even though many GU immortals participated in this ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar, the main attackers were Fang Yuan, Mo Tan Sang, and Land Spirit of Langya. It was like having two fists, but only using 3 of the fingers to poke the opponent during a fight. The hairy man GU immortals were not good at fighting, they were a huge burden to Fang Yuan and the rest. The silver giant was very clumsy, many opportunities had appeared but it could not grasp them. However, after the intense battle earlier, the immortals were already familiar with how to control each other, and they had even developed a bit of tacit understanding. It was precisely this bit of tacit understanding that allowed the silver giant to seize 2 opportunities to smash Black Prison into pieces. Hei Cheng had to retreat. 2 hairy man GU immortals flew forward to protect Qin Bai Sheng. However, the silver giant's footsteps were only slightly sluggish as it charged forward. Its entire body was like a mountain as it rammed towards Qin Bai Sheng. Qin Bai Sheng spat out a large mouthful of blood. He interrupted the collection process and dodged, his entire body rapidly rising into the sky. Chase after him. Land Spirit of Langya ordered. The silver giant chased after Qin Bai Sheng, but at this moment, Black Prison crashed towards it. It was very fast and came at a tricky angle. The defending hairy man GU immortals could not react in time, the silver giant was knocked down. The silver giant retaliated, slapping Black Prison far away. But at this time, 2 figures flew out from afar, it was Hui Fengzi and He Lang Zi, who came as reinforcements. At the same time, the 2 hairy man GU immortals were like flies, circling around the mountain-like silver giant, moving rapidly while bombarding it, trying their best to disrupt it. 4 GU immortals and a rank 6 immortal GU house engaged in an intense battle against the ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar. As time passed, the hairy man GU immortals became more coordinated. The silver giant got stronger as it fought, even when the enemies tried to stop it, they could not stop the silver giant. The true power of the ancient battle formation was being unleashed bit by bit. Qin Bai Sheng had no choice but to stop 3 times, he moved away from the silver giant's pursuit, his expression was extremely pale. Immortal killer move myriad self-giant hand. In the intense battle, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light, he suddenly made a move. He had kept a low profile for so long, at this moment, he finally bared his fangs and used his trump card. The silver giant's 4 arms were raised high before slamming down. Boom 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 boom. A loud explosion occurred in an instant. The air was compressed and exploded. For large hands of strength were like mountains as they smashed over with great force. At this moment, the GU immortals in the battle formation expended 100 beads of immortal essence. Due to the amplification of the ancient battle formation, the strength path hand's power rose to an unprecedented level. Oh no! Hui Fengzi immediately used wind escape, escaping with all his might. He Lang Zi, who had turned into a giant wolf, also quickly moved. Just by brushing past the strength path hands, the giant wolf let out a loud cry. Its bones were completely shattered, that part of its flesh turned into a pile of mud. Hei Cheng hesitated slightly. 2 strength path hands, one on the left and one on the right, slammed Black Prison into their palms like they were swatting a mosquito. Rumble. With a loud sound, the 2 strength path hands broke apart. The immortal GU House Black Prison, which looked like a black meteor, shook as it flew out of the battlefield. Immortal GU houses were not mosquitoes, they could not be slapped to death. But Black Prison's current state made all the GU immortals who witnessed it suck in a breath of cold air. This immortal GU house had undergone an intense transformation. It was originally a sphere, but now, both sides were flattened, a huge crack was spreading all over Black Prison. Thick smoke billowed out of the crack, and from time to time, balls of fire would explode in the black smoke. It is that rank 7 strength path GU immortal who killed Xuesong Zi. Hui Fengzi was indeed the number 1 person in Northern Plains who could fly at a high speed. He dodged and looked at the battlefield, his heart pounding in fear at this strength path giant hand. Inside the silver giant, the hairy man GU immortals were dazed for a moment before cheering loudly. Land Spirit of Langya first showed joy on his face, but soon, his gaze flickered as he thought of something, looking at Fang Yuan who was not far away. Fang Yuan's expression was pale, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He could barely stand, his body was shaking, he was on the verge of collapsing, he looked like he was suffering from a severe backlash after using too much strength. Land Spirit of Langya's suspicions immediately melted, he focused his attention on his enemy, Qin Baisheng. Qin Baisheng was no longer at his original position, a strength path giant hand attacked him, he had to stop the process of collecting immortal GU and dodge. This time, his expression was pale, the injuries on his body seemed to have accumulated and reached a qualitative change. From the perspective of Fang Yuan and the others, Qin Baisheng's aura was gone, he was extremely weak. I will stop here for now, the next time I come, it will not be like this. Qin Baisheng said ruthlessly as he retreated. He seemed to be heavily injured, he gave up on the remaining parts of the immortal GU House refinement cauldron, retreating from the battlefield. Land Spirit of Langya roared as he chased. Qin Baisheng and the rest were well prepared. After gathering, they tore space and escaped from Lang Ya Blessed Land. Land Spirit of Langya could not fly out of this blessed land, he could only watch as Qin Baisheng and the rest escaped with a large portion of refinement cauldron. Why are we retreating? We have not obtained refinement cauldron yet, this is not in line with our plans. The group flew rapidly in the sky, Fairy Jiang Yu transmitted to Qin Baisheng. Qin Baisheng's expression was grim, the situation has changed, Luopo Valley is being attacked by a strong enemy. We need to return, that immortal GU is being nurtured and is about to form. Once we lose it, the entire plan will be greatly affected. Fairy Jiang Yu's heart shook, she asked, then what about Lang Ya Blessed Land? I suggest we keep it for now, the hairy men there are very valuable. At this time, 2 hairy man GU immortals joined the discussion. As long as we have the immortal killer move soul transmission, we can transmigrate and possess their bodies, it is not a problem to create a few more spies. Unfortunately, we do not have enough time, we only managed to accumulate 3 hairy man GU immortals as spies. Now that we have been exposed, we will need at least 300 years to accumulate more spies. Even though we did not expose ourselves, the previous Land Spirit of Langya seemed to have sensed something. Thus, he only allowed us GU immortals to refine GU normally, he did not give us the freedom to enter or leave freely, nor did he give us the chance to fight and raise our battle strength. The 2 hairy man GU immortals spoke one after another. Qin Baisheng thought about it and said, Forget it, even though we still have one spy left, the urgent matter now is to protect Luo Po Valley until that immortal GU is nurtured. This immortal GU is related to our plan, we cannot lose it. As for Refinement Cauldron, we have taken more than half of it, it can be considered a remnant immortal GU house. Since we did not achieve our original goal, we might as well use Dark Prison to make up for it. Alright. When the time is right, we will attack together. The Shadow Sect members looked at Hei Cheng with obscure gazes, they did not transmit anymore. Relocate, we need to relocate. At this moment, in Lang Ya Blessed Land, the land spirit of Langya muttered as he made up his mind. Long Hair Ancestor had already passed away, Lang Ya Blessed Land had become an ownerless blessed land, but it could still be relocated. This did not make sense. I have my own methods to move the entire blessed land to another place. But during the relocation process, heaven and earth chi will be unstable, the price to pay is huge. The land spirit of Langya explained to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Long Hair Ancestor's foundation was so deep that it refreshed his knowledge. You two contributed a lot in repelling the enemies this time, especially you, Fang Yuan, the land spirit of Langya said. Mo Tan Sang stared with wide eyes, looking at Fang Yuan in shock. Only now did he realize that this person in front of him was the Fang Yuan he knew. Fang Yuan had no awkwardness from having his identity exposed, he smiled lightly at Mo Tan Sang. Sigh. The land spirit of Langya let out a sigh. It seems that the rise of my hairy man tribe is still very long and difficult. The journey is tortuous, but the future is bright. There's absolutely nothing wrong with following me. This time, I am very satisfied with your performance, I will reward you greatly. Shortly after, he said, without fodder, even the worst horse cannot move. Even if it was a dog, it had to be given a bone to make it bark happily. Ah, why did I say my thoughts out loud again? Chapter 893. Northern Plains, a certain secret area, Luo Po Valley. Ghosts roared, lightning flashed. Sparks shot everywhere, explosions resounded. An intense battle was unfolding. The defending side was Shadow Sect's Qin Bai Sheng, Fairy Jiangyu, Hui Fengzi, He Lang Zi, and the rest, who had given up on Lang Ya Blessed Land and returned in time. Immortal Killer Move, Soul Suppression. Qin Bai Sheng gave a shout, braving the light and fire in the sky as he stepped forward. Boom boom boom. With three intense explosions, Qin Bai Sheng forced back the three invading GU immortals, his aura surged, giving off a feeling of one man holding back 10,000 enemies. I, the great Chen Zhen Kai, actually lost 3 times to a GU immortal, and could not even last one move each time? Myriad Dragon Doc's GU immortal Chen Zhen Kai stopped his body with difficulty, looking at Qin Bai Sheng with a furious expression. Damn it! The wave of attacks that I gathered after so much effort was easily destroyed by him again. Bu Fei Yang gritted his teeth, blood seeping out of his mouth. This soul path killer move is too strong. To think that this Qin Bai Sheng's true strength is so strong. Old Oracle's deduction was right after all. This guy is likely to be the culprit who destroyed 88-point Zhenyang Tower. Old Man Tian Long thought to himself. The ones attacking Luo Po Valley were none other than the GU immortals from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. Ever since they encountered a wall in snowy mountain blessed land, Feng Joga was not discouraged, he commanded them well and obtained many secret clues. After Old Oracle's deduction, the immortals found out the location of Luo Po Valley and rushed over. But Luo Po Valley had been managed by Shadow Sect for a long time, it had a strong defensive GU formation. The Central Continent GU immortals were delayed. Qin Bai Sheng and the rest made a decision, they immediately returned to reinforce them. Thus, the current situation was formed. Both sides were in a deadlock. Central Continent's side wanted to attack Luo Po Valley, while Shadow Sect's side was defending their headquarters. Transformation Path, Fragrant Sorcerer Yin Carved Wolf. Wind Path, Death Wind Flying Blade. He Lang Zi and Hui Fengzi saw that the Central Continent GU Immortals' attacks were thwarted. He immediately seized the opportunity and launched a sharp counterattack. Ling Mai and Ao Shui, the two fairies from the Heaven's Envy Pavilion, were no match for the two. They could only retreat, unable to fight back. Immortal Killer Move, Green Jade Song. At the crucial moment, Feng Joga attacked. His Sound Path Killer Move was extraordinary. He Lang Zi and Hui Fengzi were forced to retreat. Hui Fengzi returned to the defensive Jiu formation, coughing out more than 10 mouthfuls of blood. The blood had turned into a jade-green color. There was a qualitative change. He Lang Zi's injuries were even greater. Half of his fragrant sorcerer yin statue wolf form was dyed into jade. He was extremely shocked. What immortal killer move is this? It seemed to restrain the transformation Dao. Now that I've been hit by this move, I'm actually unable to return to human form. Looks like I have to deal with this injury before I can continue transforming. Feng Joga. Qin Baisheng roared, his voice echoing throughout the battlefield. Qin Baisheng, I underestimated you. Last time, I was fooled by you. Your acting skills made me concede defeat. This time, we had a wisdom path Gu immortal on our side. Without wasting lifespan, we were able to deduce this Luo Po Valley. Feng Joga was still wearing his red and white robe. He stood tall, like a spear or a sword. He spoke at this moment. He had a smile on his face, his tone was deep and graceful. Successful deduction, my ass. I had nothing to do with the collapse of 88-point Shenyang Tower. It had nothing to do with me. But since you are here, hand over your life. Qin Baisheng said. He slowly closed his eyes and lowered his head. Next, he placed his palms together in front of his chest. His right hand grabbed his left palm, clenching into a fist and raising it above his head. Seeing this, the Central Continent Gu Immortals' expressions changed. They were shocked and uncertain as they quickly retreated. Only Feng Joga stood on the spot, like he was nailed to heaven and earth, unmoving. He saw Qin Baisheng's posture and his eyes shone. This move, is it Sword Immortal Bo Qing's 5-finger fist heart sword? That's right, it is. Qin Baisheng replied, are you ready to die? Feng Joga laughed, showing excitement on his face. Good, good, very good. Sword Immortal Bo Qing is a senior of my Spirit Affinity House. He failed in his immortal ascension and his killer move inheritance also mysteriously disappeared. Our Spirit Affinity House did not obtain it, but Northern Plains Gu Immortals obtained it. But I have seen the relevant records in the sect's records. This 5-finger fist heart sword immortal killer move has peerless power and unparalleled sharpness. It is said that Lord Bo Qing created this move because he felt the majesty of heaven and earth, and the difficulty of immortal ascension. He had the courage and heroic spirit to resist heaven and earth with his own strength. Thus, this move's posture is quite peculiar. The user faces heaven and earth and closes their eyes. It looks like they are giving in, but they are actually using all their strength to prepare the sharpest counterattack. Raising his fist above his head shows how heroic Sword Immortal Bo Qing is. As the saying goes, my life is in my own hands, not in heaven, the sword is in my heart, and I vow to the sword path. Facing the legendary killer move, Feng Joga was not nervous at all, he spoke calmly instead. The Central Continent Gu Immortals behind him were influenced by this. The trace of fear in their hearts dissipated. They could not help but admire Feng Joga's temperament even more. Mage, you know quite a lot. It seems you have a premonition of the outcome of failure and death. Qin Baisheng sneered. Feng Joga shook his head, laughing heartily. This is quite a coincidence. I created a sound path killer move. The inspiration came from a certain period of time. During my cultivation journey, I discovered heaven and earth. I faced heaven and earth. I revered heaven and earth. I felt the vastness of nature. I realized my own insignificance and weakness. This move is called Heaven and Earth Song. How vast heaven and earth are, and how insignificant humans are. This song uses the power of heaven and earth to suppress all resistance with unparalleled might. On one side was the boundless might of heaven and earth, going with the flow of nature. It was grand and majestic. On the other side was defying heaven with the determination of sword path, advancing forward with indomitable will. These two moves were simply opposing each other. But who knew if Heaven and Earth Song was stronger, or if 5-finger fist heart sword was stronger? At once, the rhythm of the battlefield slowed down. The immortals' gazes were focused on Feng Zhouge and Qin Baisheng. Even Qin Baisheng had a strange expression on his face. His eyes were still closed as he spoke. "Oh? Then this battle will be very interesting." It was connected. First finger. Light shone on celestial court. Eternal indestructibility. Refinement path GU formation. It formed a huge light shadow that coiled in the air. It was no longer dazzling, the light was completely restrained. Good, the first stage is over, all the materials have been processed. The second stage is to receive providence. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord said after inspecting. Receive providence. Fairy Kang Water muttered. Lianju Sheng's and Bai Chen Tian's expressions also turned solemn. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord continued to explain, the so-called providence is the will of heaven and earth. Humans have will, heaven and earth also have will. Humans are compared to heaven and earth. They are as insignificant as ants, as petty as sand, they are not worth mentioning. Providence is the most important immortal material to repair fate GU. Next, we will have to control this refinement path GU formation, it will be extremely difficult. Because we need to resist providence, providence is grand and cannot be destroyed by it, otherwise, we will suffer severe injuries or even die. During this process, Celestial Court has also lost several rank 8 GU immortals. Sharpening the axe will not delay the work of cutting firewood, we will take turns to rest and recover. Okay. Central Continent, Who Immortal Blessed Land. A huge piece of mutton that was the size of a cow. It was placed in front of Fang Yuan, dripping with blood and flesh. Fang Yuan sat and stretched out his monstrous claws. He grabbed a portion and easily tore it apart. He placed it in his mouth. His bloody mouth continued to chew. After a while, with a gulp, he swallowed it. Traces of blood flowed through the gaps of his sharp teeth, flowing out of the corners of his mouth. Fang Yuan, however, had a satisfied and blissful expression on his face. This mutton was not ordinary, it was the meat of a giant horned sheep. When Fang Yuan was in northern plains, he had captured a strength path desolate beast giant horned sheep. He was using Eat Strength Immortal GU to devour its meat and increase his Strength Path Dao marks. I am a Strength Path GU Immortal after all, Strength Path Dao marks are my foundation. Fang Yuan ate as he recalled the battle of Lang Ya Blessed Land that he had participated in. In this battle, Fang Yuan first tested vaguely familiar face, he deceived almost everyone, Fang Yuan was satisfied with the result. Secondly, he used Star Path Killer moves in battle. Star Cloud Grindstone, Star Snake Rope, 6 Illusion Star Bodies, Position Star Swap. Battle was very different from normal practice. Fang Yuan had a deeper understanding of these 4 immortal killer moves after this battle. Of course, Star Lord Wn Xiong's Star Path Inheritance did not only have these 4 killer moves. But currently, Fang Yuan could only use these 4. Because he only had Star Mark, Starlight, and Star Shoot Immortal GU. These 3 Immortal GU were used in turns as the cause to form 4 Star Path Killer moves. Star Lord Wn Xiong had a 4th Star Path Immortal GU, but it was destroyed in battle. Only 3 were left in Fang Yuan's hands. I had originally wanted to use the Light of Wisdom to deduce some Immortal Killer moves through Strength Path Immortal GU to make up for my shortcomings. But these Star Path Killer moves are quite good, I can use them for now. There is no need to waste time and energy on them. In this battle of Lang Ya Blessed Land, Fang Yuan had a clearer understanding of his own battle strength. Including the Star Path Killer moves, my battle strength has stabilized at the peak of rank 6. In terms of offense, with Myriad Self, I can match rank 7 GU Immortals. But I am still far from being able to fight against older generation rank 7 GU Immortals. I can only try my best to stall for time. As for Qin Baisheng, I am even more unmatched. This is a quasi-rank 8, a person like Feng Zhouge. In this battle, Fang Yuan truly understood Qin Baisheng's strength. Precisely so, in the entire battle, Fang Yuan did not put in much effort, he was basically slacking off. Only at the final moment did he use Myriad Self Giant Hand. In this situation, being high profile was courting death. From start to finish, Fang Yuan kept a portion of his concentration in controlling fixed immortal travel. Once something went wrong, he would immediately retreat. Who is Qin Baisheng? His true strength is actually so deep. He Cheng, Jiang Yu, and Hui Fengzi, how did they get together? Qin Baisheng seems to be their leader. With He Cheng in the group, He Lulan has no hope of taking revenge. Speaking of which, Lang Ya Blessed Land's situation is really complicated. In Fang Yuan's previous life's memories, Lang Ya Blessed Land had resisted 7 waves of attacks. But now, at the 4th wave, it was showing signs of not being able to hold on. What was the truth of history? Was it because of Fang Yuan's influence that changed Lang Ya Blessed Land's situation? In front of Fang Yuan was a thick fog. Even if I am in perfect condition now, facing Qin Baisheng, especially with that immortal killer move soul suppression, I have no way to retaliate. I am truly weak. Fang Yuan looked down at his hand. It was covered in goat blood. It was a bloody mess. Compared to Qin Baisheng, Fang Yuan was like this huge horned goat. He could only be slaughtered. The world was vast, nature was vast. The more one knew, the more ignorant one would find themselves. The stronger one was, the weaker one would find themselves. In the legends of Ren Zhu, there was an interesting record. After boundless forest samsara left her father, Ren Zhu, she could only stay in ordinary abyss. She was very sad, she was no longer happy eating fruits. Every day, she would wash her face with tears, crying non-stop. Eventually, she was tired and gradually fell asleep. In her sleep she vaguely heard very faint noises, and felt as if ants were crawling over her. Thus, she opened her eyes and woke up. She found that there was a tiny person crawling on her. Because of boundless forest samsara's movement, this tiny person could not stand steadily and fell to the ground. Who are you? There is actually a tiny person like you in this world. Boundless forest samsara found that the tiny person was smaller than her finger. She was very curious and forgot to cry. The tiny person looked at the huge boundless forest samsara in a daze. After the shock, he raised his head and cried loudly. Hey, 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 tiny person, I did not cry. Why are you crying? Boundless forest samsara did not understand. The tiny person cried as he said, I am the biggest person in my tribe. I am often brave, proud, and proud because of this. Today, I plan to climb a mountain. To think that this mountain is actually a person. There is actually a person as big as you in this world. This is the first time I have seen it. I could not help but cry. Almost every person who wanted to grow would have such a mental journey. The more they saw, the more they understood how weak they were. Sometimes, they would sigh at the greatness of the world. Sometimes, they would find that their goal was so far away, that there was a long distance to reach their goal that they had never seen before. Thus, they would feel bewildered, lost, discouraged, panicked, and even despair. The tiny person's cry when he saw boundless forest samsara was understandable. Thinking back, in my previous life, I was also bewildered and cried. There is always someone stronger than me. There will always be someone stronger than me. The goal of eternal life is too high and distant. How can the tiny me achieve it? Fang Yuan looked at his bloody palm, dazed. After a while, he suddenly laughed, revealing his sharp fangs. I am still too weak. Be it in my previous life or this life, I am still that tiny person who wants to climb the mountain. However, my own insignificance is not an excuse to stop pursuing greatness. Only cowards and losers will look for excuses. Even if I cry, I will continue to climb the mountain. This is where the joy of life lies. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan tore off a piece of flesh and put it in his mouth. Chapter 894. Half a month later. Sent inside Fang Yuan's immortal aperture Deathland, 2 wills were fighting against each other. A wisp of will, like twinkling stars, flickered. The other was illusory, advancing and retreating at times. They were Nebula and the fake will. These 2 wills had been fighting for 15 minutes already. Nebula was gradually losing to the fake will. It was on the verge of defeat. But Fang Yuan willed. Another wave of Nebula descended from the sky and joined the battle, immediately changing the situation. Eventually, the fake will lost miserably. Only a few of them were left. Fang Fang Yuan, you will die a horrible death. The fake will could not take on any form, it used all its strength to curse intermittently. The curses of such weaklings were useless. Nebula 1, it formed into Fang Yuan's image, it looked at Mo Yaro's fake will and sneered, flying into the sky and leaving the immortal aperture Deathland. I have made great progress in the battle of wills. Now, in a one-on-one battle, even though I cannot beat Mo Yaro and lose every time, Mo Yaro's fake will is not having a good time either, it has been a Pyrrhic victory recently. While Fang Yuan was evaluating himself, Nebula entered his mind and presented the information it had obtained to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not have any expectations, but this time's information made him slightly surprised. Spring Dream Fruit Tree? Fang Yuan's heart jumped. It turned out that when Mo Yaro was outside, she had accidentally encountered a spring dream fruit tree near a nameless village. During that era, the concept of dream path was very weak, there were no external manifestations of dream realms. Even the celestial court's exploration of dream realms. It was also very shallow. Mo Yaro only felt that this tree was strange, she did not recognize it. Thus, she remembered it. She left this spring dream fruit tree on the spot, not touching it. The spring dream fruit tree was not a desolate plant, it looked very ordinary from the outside, GU immortals would not be able to discover it. But Mo Yaro's investigative killer move was rather unique, he found some peculiarities of the spring dream fruit tree. However, she was only slightly curious. After all, it wasn't an immortal grade material. Later on, due to other matters, he didn't go to that small village again. The spring dream fruit tree had always been there. After so many years, the world turned into mulberry fields. He wondered how the tree was doing. Perhaps it had been felled by mortals, perhaps it had been destroyed by fire, perhaps it was still there. There were too many possibilities, and it was hard to say. Mo Yaro, that old hag, is really hard to deal with. This kind of memory was buried at the bottom of her heart. Only when she couldn't hide it anymore did I dig it out. But from the looks of it, everything she knows has been squeezed out. Fang Yuan suppressed his desire to take the spring dream fruit tree. In fact, previously, he had also obtained another valuable clue. It was related to the hibiscus stone milk. This was a genuine immortal material. But later, when he sneaked over, he regretfully found that the crucial location was already secretly occupied by Spirit Affinity House. Fang Yuan thought about it for a while, but did not touch it in the end. Thus, regarding the spring dream fruit tree, Fang Yuan did not have much hope. And to take the spring dream fruit, he had to use a unique dream path method. Fang Yuan needed to make more preparations for this. If there really is a spring dream fruit, it will be of great help to me when I refine Dream Path Mortal GU. It will be of great help. After all, GU materials that can be used to refine Dream Path GU worms are too rare. Ever since he obtained the killer move Understanding Dream Immortal. No matter how busy Fang Yuan was, he had to take time out almost every day to refine Dream Path Mortal GU. If he had the spring dream fruit, it would be of great help to him when refining Dream Path Mortal GU. Conservatively speaking, the GU refinement efficiency would increase by at least 6 times. The extremely weak Mo Yaro's fake will was left in the immortal aperture, allowing her to recover slowly. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, he left the bed and went to Dang Hun Palace's prison. Guo Fangjing was locked up inside, he was lying on the stone bed, staring blankly at the ceiling without moving. Crane Gate abandoned him, it was an extremely heavy blow to him. After the initial hysterical howling and crying, Fangjing became like this. Fang Yuan spoke. Even though he was mocking and cursing Crane Gate and Master Tensuru, Fangjing did not react. Fang Yuan did not mind, after saying a few words, he turned around and left. Teaching this little brother of his needed time, it could not be done in one go. Fang Yuan had already expected this, he did not lack patience. Once in a while, he would take the initiative to visit Fangjing. In Dang Hun Palace, he could monitor Fangjing's actions from afar. The true reason why Fang Yuan visited was because he wanted Fangjing to know that he had been here. Fang Yuan left this place and went to another prison cell. Up until now, Fang Yuan's prison cell had many prisoners locked up. Other than Mo Yaro's fake will and Gua Fangjing, there were also Dongfang Naganori's soul, the Featherman rank 7 GU immortal Zheng Ling's soul, and finally, there was Shui Songzi's soul, which was captured during the battle in Lang Ya Blessed Land. Dongfang Naganori's soul had already been soul-searched by Fang Yuan, only the soul itself was valuable. But Zheng Ling and Shui Songzi's souls were very valuable. These days after returning from Lang Ya Blessed Land, Fang Yuan had been soul-searching these two people. Fang Yuan gained a large number of mortal GU recipes, many mortal killer moves, some immortal killer moves, a few immortal GU recipes, as well as secret knowledge, clues to many treasures and inheritances. But because Zheng Ling was a wind path GU immortal, and Shui Songzi was a snow path GU immortal, there was nothing suitable for Fang Yuan's strength path or star path. Before Fang Yuan had wind path immortal GU and snow path immortal GU, these could only be used to strengthen Fang Yuan's foundation. What was worth mentioning was that Shui Songzi's soul was touched, his most recent memories were erased. Thus, Fang Yuan did not know how Shui Songzi and He Cheng got together with Qin Bai Sheng and the rest. This soul path method was very profound, it made Fang Yuan sigh in amazement, he could not do anything about it. Of course, Zheng Ling and Shui Songzi had not finished soul-searching, it was unknown what they would gain next. As for the rewards for Land Spirit of Langya, they were very generous indeed. Not only did Fang Yuan obtain the rank 6 immortal GU recipe of all-out effort GU, under Fang Yuan's insistence, he even imparted the method to relocate the blessed land to Fang Yuan without holding back. There were only 2 gains, they seemed ordinary, but to Fang Yuan, they were extremely valuable. There was no need to talk about the immortal GU recipe of all-out effort GU, just moving the blessed land. Be it who immortal blessed land or star form blessed land, they needed to be moved. But this method was very costly, it would cause great damage to the blessed land itself, it needed to use 12 immortal GU at the same time. Land Spirit of Langya was already preparing to relocate. After that, he would lend these immortal GU to Fang Yuan, and let Fang Yuan move. Chapter 895. 2 months later. Swoosh. Somewhere in Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng stood on a cloud silently, waiting for Shark Demon and the rest. The sun was setting, there was a huge patch of burning clouds in the west. The sea below their feet was also dyed red. The waves surged elegantly, and the rays of light that shone on the peaks of the waves were red and bright. It was a beautiful sight to behold with the burning clouds in the sky. Every time I see such a beautiful scene, I often stop and immerse myself in it, gasping in amazement. Tai Bai Yunsheng's gaze was deep and unfathomable as he sighed with emotion. Now, I can be considered as someone who has achieved the Tao and ascended to become an immortal. But I can feel that this piece of heaven and earth is vast and majestic. It makes people feel insignificant and humble. Compared to heaven and earth, humans are truly insignificant. Maybe only rank 9 GU venerables have the qualifications to challenge heaven and earth, I can't do it. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Brother Tai Bai, don't look down on yourself. Do you remember the story of the Minaman in the legends of Renzu? Since we realize our insignificance, we need to become stronger. We are insignificant to begin with, it is just that we have become aware of our own insignificance. You feel pain because you are growing. Xingxiongzi, you are still so ambitious. Ha ha ha. Tai Bai Yunsheng was stunned before laughing heartily. The two were talking when a GU immortal suddenly flew out of the sea below them. Who is it? Fang Yuan shouted. Lords, please don't blame me, I am Sho Nanjiang, I was sent by Lord Shark Demon to receive you. The person smiled as he greeted. Sho Nanjiang flew up, in a few breaths of time, he arrived in front of Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. He was a rank 6 immortal zombie. He was short and muscular. There was a copper hoop on his bald head, his pupils were ice blue. His skin was like an old tree, his hands and feet were exposed. There were webbing between his fingers, his ears were also in the shape of shark fins, the sharp tips of his ears extended to the back of his head. Fang Yuan pinched his fingers and calculated. He suddenly said, Jinglan celestial walking immortal zombie body. The smile on Sho Nanjiang's face froze, he stared at Fang Yuan and cupped his fists. Sir, is the wisdom path Jiyu immortal Xingxiongzi? He was indeed powerful. My scenic blue traveling immortal zombie body is self-created and I just came out of seclusion. No one knew. Your Excellency was able to reveal its name with just a simple calculation. He. Fang Yuan laughed. I am not a wisdom path Jiyu immortal, I mainly cultivate star path and only cultivate wisdom path on the side. I was just making a wild guess just now. I was just lucky to bump into it. Fang Yuan appeared very humble. Tai Bai Yunsheng was watching from the side, laughing to himself. This was the first time Tai Bai Yunsheng had met Sho Nanjiang. Because of this, the scene from before happened. Sho Nanjiang used an immortal killer move. He sneaked over and arrived at the sea where Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng had descended into the mortal world. His traces were exposed by Fang Yuan. This was Sho Nanjiang's tactful probing. Soon, Fang Yuan returned the favor. After some deductions, he deduced Sho Nanjiang's immortal zombie body's name. When Jiyu immortals interacted, strength was the foundation. They probed each other. They won the respect of both sides. Sho Nanjiang did not dare to be careless, he showed a solemn expression. He nodded at Fang Yuan. With a respectful expression, he turned to Tai Bai Yunsheng. Please follow me closely, Lord Shark Demon's group is already attacking Yu Lu Blessed Land. A moment later, the three moved through the seawater and saw a door at the bottom of the sea. This door was circular and had a light color, as if it was carved from light jade. The door was circular and light in color, as if it was carved out of light jade. A curtain of crystal beads strung together blocked the light jade door. Fang Yuan's eyes couldn't help but be filled with curiosity. He would never believe that this towering door was really made of jade. This door was the entrance to Yu Lu Blessed Land. It was only the outer appearance, but in essence, it was the bridge between Yu Lu Blessed Land and the outside world. Portals were extremely important to small worlds like Blessed Lands and Grotto Heavens. Once the door was closed, the immortal aperture world would become a sealed small world, isolated from the outside world. It was extremely difficult for Jiyu immortals outside the immortal aperture to enter. It could be said that the door was the first obstacle in conquering the paradise and Grotto Heaven. Back at the Crane Gate, He Fengyang and Fairy Kangyu joined hands to attack Fang Yuan's Hu Immortal Blessed Land. To overcome the door, he used Fangjing and Bloodpath methods to locate it. Only after confirming their location did they enter Hu Immortal Blessed Land. When Qin Bai Sheng's group attacked Lang Wei Blessed Land, they used the Hairy Man Jiyu Immortal Traitor's soul to locate it and enter Lang Wei Blessed Land. Thus, even if Fang Yuan did not capture Fangjing for blood deity, he would kill Fangjing for the sake of Hu Immortal Blessed Land's safety. This way, there was no way to locate it. Even if they knew the exact location of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, even if they could shatter space, they could not enter the Blessed Land. The three arrived in front of the light jade door. Sho Nanjiang activated his Jiyu worm, the crystal curtain was lifted and the door slowly opened. The two of you, please come in. Sho Nanjiang invited. Tai Bai Yunsheng saw this and smiled. Your alliance has amazing methods, you have already taken control of the door. Sho Nanjiang laughed lightly. Sir Tai Bai, you might not know, but ever since the failure 2 months ago, Lord Shark Demon returned to Zombie Alliance's headquarters and spent a lot of sect contribution points to invite a Wisdom Path rank 7 immortal zombie. Right now, he has already broken through Vanish Immortal Powder and is deep inside. This door was also completely controlled by our alliance a month ago. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng nodded as they stepped into Yu Lu Blessed Land. After entering the Blessed Land, they did not see the true appearance of Yu Lu Blessed Land, they were instead in a world of ice and snow. This is the third round after Vanish Immortal Powder, a battlefield killer move called Freezing Rain Frozen Earth. Every hour, there would be a mighty hail rain, and at the same time, there would be attacks from the snow monsters. Lord Shark Demon's group is not far away. Sho Nanjiang took the initiative to introduce Freezing Rain Frozen Earth. Fang Yuan muttered as he looked around, showing great interest towards this battlefield killer move. Because he had gained star path battle strength, his original shortcomings had been made up for. Be it offense or defense, advance or retreat, reconnaissance or healing, there were no obvious weaknesses. In terms of reconnaissance, Fang Yuan also had immortal methods. Not long ago, Shon Anjiang's traces were exposed by Fang Yuan because of this star path investigative killer move. His current battle strength. It had stabilized at the peak of rank 6. If he used Myriad Self, he would have rank 7 battle strength. The only thing Fang Yuan lacked now was. It was a battlefield killer move. If he had a battlefield killer move, he could have secretly killed an immortal zombie member of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, then disguised himself and sneaked in. Because of this, Fang Yuan sought Fairy Lishan's help, but Fairy Lishan refused. Fang Yuan thought hard. He was a shrewd person. He thought of a way to advance by retreating. He would make a breakthrough from Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. Thus, he used the appearance and identity of an ordinary Star Path GU immortal, Xing Xiongzi, and came to Eastern Sea with Tai Bai Yunxing. They purposely approached Shark Demon's group. "Brother Tai Bai, we meet again. Ha ha ha." After a while, everyone saw each other. Shark Demon was very enthusiastic. He patted Tai Bai Yunxing's shoulder before turning his gaze to Fang Yuan. "Sir, are you the good friend Brother Tai Bai mentioned in his letter, Xing Xiongzi? Since you are Brother Tai Bai's good friend, you are also a good friend of mine, Shark Demon. I am a wild lone cultivator. I do not dare to call myself that." Fang Yuan smiled modestly. He wore a large blue robe. His hair was white like snow, but his skin was rosy and tender like a baby's. He looked like an immortal. To speak the truth, he was much more presentable than Tai Bai Yunxing. People could not help but have a good impression of him. Shark Demon's wife, Su Baiman, said, "Xing Xiongzi, don't be modest. I heard that Sir has good wisdom path attainment. Can you show us your skills now?" Fang Yuan raised his eyes. He looked over. This Su Baiman in front of him, even though she was an immortal zombie. But one could see how beautiful she was in the past. Land of beauties, tomb of heroes. No wonder even Shark Demon did not hesitate to turn into a zombie. He sacrificed his great cultivation future to accompany Su Baiman. Immediately, Fang Yuan did not hesitate. He agreed. "Then I will try. Please forgive me if it is inappropriate." "Sir Xing Xiongzi, go ahead and try. Even if you fail, no one will blame you," Shark Demon immediately said. He had a fierce personality. He usually looked at people coldly. This was the first time he met Fang Yuan, but he had a warm attitude. It was because of Tai Bai Yunxing. More accurately speaking, it was because of Tai Bai Yunxing's man as before immortal GU. Fang Yuan raised his head, carefully observing the surroundings. The world in front of him could be said to be a world of ice and snow. It was pure white, as expected of a quasi-blessed land battlefield killer move. Fang Yuan secretly activated the Wisdom Path GU worms in his immortal aperture. In front of everyone, he used many investigative Wisdom Path killer moves. But there were no flaws. The whole battlefield was a single entity. Fang Yuan could not find a way to break through. But Fang Yuan was not anxious. Even though he had been training hard these last 2 months, he was very familiar with many Wisdom Path methods. The battlefield killer move in front of him was not simple. It was created by Fairy Yulu. Fairy Yulu was incredible. She had an extraordinary origin. Her master was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. This lineage could be said to be the #1 battlefield killer move inheritance in human history. The battlefield killer move that Fairy Yulu set up was no small matter. Amazing. This battlefield killer move is completely one with Yulu Blessed Land. It seems to be created using the Dao marks of the Blessed Land. This method is much more advanced than Lang Ya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan observed for a long time. He gradually found something special. Land Spirit of Langya did not dare to set up a battlefield killer move in the Blessed Land. When fighting against Qin Bai Sheng's group, he only used the 12-wave cloud confusion GU formation. Land Spirit of Langya was afraid that the temporary Dao marks created by the battlefield killer move would cause great damage to the Blessed Land. In fact, in the current cultivation world, most GU immortals did not dare to use battlefield killer moves in their Blessed Lands or Grotto Heavens. Once the temporary Dao marks of a battlefield killer move clashed with the Dao marks of the Immortal Aperture's small world, the battlefield killer move would fail and the GU Immortal would suffer backlash, or the Dao marks would reject and cause terrifying damage. The blessed land could be destroyed and the GU Immortal would die on the spot. This was the same principle as the backlash of GU refinement. But Fairy Yu Lu was a battlefield killer move expert after all. She directly overcame this flaw. Her method was profound and advanced, it was beyond Fang Yuan's imagination. He even threw Lang Ye Land Spirit, this old antique, 8 miles away. Chapter 896. Inside the battlefield killer move Freezing Rain Frozen Earth, Fang Yuan used wisdom path methods to make deductions. Swoosh. Freezing Rain Frozen Earth was made from the Dao marks in Yu Lu Blessed Land. It was not a temporary Dao mark, it was more troublesome. Shark Demon and the rest could not destroy this battlefield killer move with brute force. Destroying it was equivalent to destroying Yu Lu Blessed Land's Dao marks. This would cause irreversible damage to Yu Lu Blessed Land. This was equivalent to Qin Bai Sheng snatching Refinement Cauldron, causing Lang Ye Blessed Land's Dao marks to decrease sharply. It was a huge loss. Shark Demon and the rest attacked Yu Lu Blessed Land for the inheritances and resources inside. Moreover, to destroy a battlefield killer move with brute force, it required an extremely powerful offensive immortal killer move. It also expended a huge amount of immortal essence. Considering the cost and benefits, Shark Demon and the rest could only break the Freezing Rain Frozen Earth battlefield killer move head-on. Thankfully, this Yu Lu Blessed Land was ownerless. It was unknown whether the land spirit existed or not. Fang Yuan had many GU immortal guards around him. It gave him a relaxed environment to research and decipher it. Fang Yuan squinted as starlight shined in his pupils. Right now, in his mind, countless star thoughts were moving and colliding as they rotated and collided, deducing rapidly. This time, Fang Yuan had put in a lot of effort to deduce Freezing Rain Frozen Earth. Firstly, researching this outstanding battlefield killer move could give Fang Yuan a lot of knowledge and inspiration. Even if Fang Yuan could not find a battlefield killer move that suited him, this knowledge and inspiration would be the solid foundation for Fang Yuan to create his own battlefield killer move. Secondly, Fang Yuan's goal in entering Eastern Sea was to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. This was the first time he met Shark Demon and the rest. He was about to display his value. Let Shark Demon and the rest look at him in a different light, and help him join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. He was thinking and calculating at a rapid speed. Time passed quickly. Time is almost up, soon, there will be another freezing rain. Snow monsters will form and attack. How much longer does Sir Xingxiongzi need? Among Shark Demon's group, a GU Immortal asked impatiently. He was Bu Dan, a GU Immortal of Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. He was not an immortal zombie, he was a living person. However, after joining the Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, his status was not high. Because he had some wisdom path attainment, he was brought into Yu Lu Blessed Land by Shark Demon several times to participate in the invasion plan. Before Fang Yuan appeared, Bu Dan was the only half-wisdom path GU Immortal in the group. Xingxiong's appearance had threatened his position and benefits. If Fang Yuan was able to deduce the result, wouldn't that show his incompetence? Seeing that Fang Yuan did not make any progress for a long time, Bu Dan finally could not hold it in any longer and spoke up, vaguely pressuring Fang Yuan. The other GU Immortals were also paying attention to Fang Yuan's performance. Bu Dan asked the question that was on their minds. Fang Yuan chuckled softly, but he did not try to maintain his dignity. Instead, he said directly, "I'm ashamed. This battlefield killer move is very profound, I studied it for a long time. I only managed to understand a little of it. In fact, this battlefield killer move Freezing Rain Frozen Earth was indeed created by the rank 8 great expert Fairy Yu Lu." Fang Yuan used many wisdom path methods, but there was no progress at all. It was like he was facing a huge tortoise shell. It gave off a strong feeling of not knowing where to start. "Is that so?" Su Baiman sighed, saying in a disappointed tone. Fang Yuan was not willing to give up. "Give me some more time, I will continue to deduce. Shark Demon nodded. He said, Xing Xiangzi, go ahead and deduce with all your strength, we will block this attack for you. At the same time, Shark Demon had a different thought. Xing Xiangzi was highly praised by Tai Bai Yunsheng, but now it seems. It is not like what the letter said. Sigh, the last time I encountered the battlefield killer move Endless Space Essence, I had to pay a huge price to invite a rank 7 Wisdom Path Immortal Zombie from Zombie Alliance. I have already invested too much in Yu Lu Blessed Land, I need to live frugally now. If this Xing Xiangzi can really unravel this battlefield killer move, that would be for the best. This way, the other GU Immortals no longer looked at Fang Yuan with much anticipation. Bu Dan watched coldly, laughing internally. In the previous battlefield killer moves, I could at least find the hidden GU worms behind them. But this time, I have no clues about this battlefield killer move. I want to see how you can find a breakthrough point. Sure enough, a moment later, in the sky of this battlefield, icy rain started to fall. These raindrops were all ice needles. Rather than calling it rain, it was more like the sky was filled with ice needles. They pierced through the sky and shot towards Fang Yuan and the rest. The GU Immortals quickly activated their defensive methods. Bu Dan did not have an immortal GU, he was protected by Shark Demon's immortal defense. Fang Yuan was also protected by Shark Demon. Countless ice needles shot down but were blocked by the light barrier. Because the ice needles were extremely fast, sparks were created on the light barrier. Fang Yuan willed, he activated Star Cloud Grindstone and entered it. He would not place his own safety in the hands of others. Seeing that Fang Yuan used an immortal-level defensive killer move, the other GU Immortals' gazes shined, their attitudes changed slightly. Fang Yuan could use an immortal killer move, he definitely had an immortal GU. A GU Immortal with an immortal GU was not to be underestimated in Eastern Sea's GU Immortal world. Not all GU Immortals had immortal GU. In fact, most rank 6 GU Immortals could only use mortal killer moves, they could not obtain immortal GU. The rain got heavier, the ice needles turned into stronger ice darts. The ice darts tore through the sky, emitting sharp sounds. The GU Immortals defended together, maintaining their defenses meticulously, they had solemn expressions as they calculated their immortal essence expenditure. After this battle started, there was a change, a small flaw appeared, I can take advantage of it now. It is no longer like before, I had no clue at all. Fang Yuan's heart shook, he felt a sense of joy and joy. The movements of his hands immediately increased by more than 2 times. He used mortal killer moves at times, and threw out Wisdom Path Mortal GU at times. These killer moves and mortal GU hit the air, smoke rose, thunder exploded, or jade green acid splattered everywhere. Fang Yuan was using all sorts of methods to test this flaw. But the effect was not good. This was an ice dart rain, it had already turned into an ice spike storm. The GU Immortals' immortal essence expenditure was increasing rapidly. Thus, it was increasing rapidly. Roar. With a loud sound, a tall snow monster. Amidst the icy rain that filled his field of vision, he charged over recklessly. Snow monsters were the prey of snowmen. They devoured the flesh and blood of the snow monsters. Snowmen could increase their reproduction speed and even extend their lifespan. A 10-meter-tall snow monster could battle a rank 3 GU master. A 40-meter-tall monster had the strength of a rank 4 GU master. A 50-meter-tall monster had the strength of a rank 5 GU master. But now, this snow monster was rank 6. This was a desolate beast-level snow monster, it could not be underestimated. Try not to kill them, even if these snow monsters die in battle, they will revive immediately. They are very annoying. Su Baiman quickly reminded. Fang Yuan's heart shook. Snow monsters that cannot be killed. How can we fight them? Tai Bai Yunsheng was also moved. Don't worry, once the time passes, these snow monsters will disappear. When the next icy rain comes, they will appear again. Shark Demon explained. A GU Immortal on the left of Shark Demon's side with worry. This freezing rain-frozen earth battlefield killer move already has the hint of reincarnation battlefield. Fairy Yu Lu's master is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. She might have already obtained the profundity of reincarnation. Roar, roar, roar. Snow monsters appeared one after another, causing Shark Demon and the rest to have a hard time defending. The charge of the snow monsters. They had great momentum and did not lack agility. The GU Immortals were not willing to face them head-on. They continued to attack and use immortal killer moves. They interrupted the charge of the snow monsters and delayed their speed. Fang Yuan's expression became even more joyful. He sensed the appearance of the snow monsters. There were even more flaws in this battlefield killer move. There's hope. Fang Yuan encouraged himself inwardly. He had only obtained the Wisdom Path inheritance for a limited time. His Wisdom Path attainment level was at the bottom of ordinary. Even though he trained hard, he did not slack off or relax. But such things. In the end, it still took time to accumulate. To say that Fang Yuan was a dabbler was a huge exaggeration. To say that Fang Yuan was a Wisdom Path novice was not an exaggeration. But now, this Wisdom Path novice was trying to break the freezing rain-frozen Earth killer move. For example, on Earth, it was like a primary school student solving a high school math problem. Fang Yuan tightly grasped the floor he found, and with an aim in mind, his hands moved faster and faster. Finally, under his deductions, he found a GU worm. This was a mortal GU. Together with other mortal GU and immortal GU, they formed the battlefield killer move freezing rain-frozen Earth. Go! Fang Yuan willed. A star snake rope flew out and coiled around this mortal GU. But just as Fang Yuan was about to drag this mortal GU back for research, this mortal GU self-detonated. The star snake rope was empty, it could only return to Fang Yuan's side. This commotion naturally attracted the attention of other GU immortals. Because of this mortal Gu's destruction, the freezing rain weakened by a lot. He actually found a flaw. Bu Dan was shocked. He had also tried to find a flaw when attacking, but there was no result. Bu Dan's Wisdom Path inheritance was too incomplete and low level, his methods were limited. In contrast, Fang Yuan's inheritance was extremely outstanding and had an extraordinary origin. He had created many powerful Wisdom Path GU Immortals. The previous one was the number 1 Wisdom Path GU Immortal in Northern Plains, Dongfang Naganori. Even with Fang Yuan's strength, he could still find the flaw of freezing rain-frozen Earth. It showed how outstanding his Wisdom Path inheritance was. Good. Shark Demon praised. But the moment he said that, the rain above the immortals' heads suddenly became twice as intense. Swish, swish, swish. The rain poured down, the icicles were sharp, suppressing the GU immortals to the point where they could not even raise their heads. Xing Xiongzi, what did you do? Bu Dan immediately grabbed the chance and shouted. Fang Yuan was also shocked. He knew he was rash. Even if he found the GU worms that formed the battlefield killer move, he could not casually destroy them, otherwise, it would trigger an even stronger attack. But soon, Fang Yuan was overjoyed. After this mortal GU was destroyed, the battlefield killer move freezing rain-frozen Earth had 2 more flaws. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.